I'm not sure what happened right there just then. That was crazy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just was typing you a message about the avatars being on top of the thing.
Oh, were they? I'm over here trying to pull up my Google stuff and I mean my YouTube account, and I clicked something, and yeah, you can tell this is not going to be. I shouldn't be playing around too much when I have been half-ass sick, right? But anyway, it is what it is. Hold on. For some reason, every time I open my YouTube, this stupid video starts about some guy taking me on a travel tour across the country, and I can never make it go away. Like I've done it, thumbs down. I've tried everything, and the damn thing just always pops up, and it automatically plays, and I can't get it to stop to save my life. It's so aggravating.
Are we live?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yep. We are live. Actually, we are a hot mess express right now, y'all. This is a kind of we don't like being the hot mess express, me and Dolphin, but occasionally it'll happen. But this is an impromptu live because I've only got a little while to be here. I'm going to be modding for Joe's live later. He's got a big live coming up, but I wanted to come live. Welcome in, Forrest. Thanks for coming in as usual. Maybe we'll get a hello, Rodney. Rondi, sorry. Hey, Buzz, publicly buzzed. What's up? Um, so Stephan Sterns had a court appearance this morning, and of course, the coward waived his right to appear. I don't know how many times he can get away with that in Florida. He's even filed a motion not wanting the public to come into the pretrial hearings. Well, why if you're not going to be there? You fool. So I was able to get the hearing. It's very short. We're going to watch that, and we're going to watch a couple of little news clips about what was going on with him today. Now, the court hearing itself was extremely low, so I went and got a sound booster, and I'm still playing around with it, guys. I don't know if it's going to work or not. We will see. If it sucks, you guys don't be afraid to tell me, hey, this sucks. Stop it. Well, we'll go back to just pressing our headphones to our ears, trying to hear the damn thing. But yeah. So let me pull this up, and it okay, and it's queued up to where they start the court. The judge said something about starting in a different order, so he pulled Stern's case up first for whatever reason.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
remember, he was scheduled to go on trial at the end of the month for the CSAM, and that is what this pretrial hearing here was about. And they gave him a continuation. So,
Oh,
yeah, I think that the new trial date now is May 5th through the 21st, with the pretrial on April 23rd. Now, in order for the defense to go and view they have to literally go to the um, prosecutor's office to view the CSAM stuff. They can't like get copies and then take it to their offices. That's illegal. So they have to make an appointment to go down and see the stuff. They've already been down there before and seen it, but apparently they had one scheduled to come again, and they had to miss it because one of the attorneys had a trial to attend. So that was postponed. And so the state agreed to the extension of the trial to give the motions time to play out and to give the defense the chance to come look at all that CSAM they got against his ass. All right, so let
yeah, he
me.
doesn't need access to that stuff anyway.
No. Mm-mm. So here we go, and we're also going to play the clip where the officer takes his phone, and what she says to him and what he says back to her. But we'll do that in just a second. Let's start this. If you guys can't hear it that well, please let me know.
At pre-trial, we're going to be discussing your cases with the attorneys. I'm going to be inquiring of the attorneys what the status of the case is, whether there's reasonable cause to grant more time to prepare for the case, whether the case is in a position to resolve, or whether the case should be set for trial. You should have all met with your attorneys prior to this date and should have received an offer of resolution for your consideration. I'm going to take a couple of cases out of order that provide the assistance of our live court reporter. State of Florida versus Stephan Sterns, 2024, CF 632.
Danielle Camel for the state. Oh, we just talked about having this adjournment.
We'll receive the waiver of Mr. Sterns' appearance pursuant to our administrative order. That waiver is accepted. The court has also received what's reported to be unopposed motion to continue. I noticed from reviewing the docket, there's been three motions to suppress evidence filed on February 6th. Looks like those motions deal with a search and seizure of a cell phone and material contained therein. Those been coordinated with my office and set for hearing.
Not yet, but now.
Matter been continued twice before in April and July. Austin Public Defender's been on the case for almost a year. When do you anticipate resolving these motions?
There's one other motion that I have to file, and I'll be asking the court to hear before the motion to suppress. I intend to get that motion filed by the beginning of the week, and that will be this week, but I'll be reaching out to Ms. Hackman in
That's
regards
the substance.
to in regard to the order.
Ms. Fennell, the motion to continue was reported to be unopposed. Do you agree these matters need to be resolved prior to trial?
For the integrity of the case, yes, Judge. The evidence viewing that was scheduled in this case ended up having to be canceled because both Ms. Smith and I ended up in trial, and the other attorneys were not available either. So that is scheduled in March, and I don't believe that we will be able to proceed to trial until the defense has had an opportunity to review that evidence and these motions are resolved.
Right, the matter is going to be continued without opposition from the state. Our next trial is going to be on April 22nd with a trial period that begins May 5th and runs through May 21st. My apologies, April 23rd will be the pre-trial date with a trial period that begins May 5th through May 21st. Anticipate that the motions and hearings will be scheduled in advance, heard and resolved in advance of the April 23rd pre-trial date. Anything further, Ms. Smith?
But I have a proposed order for music.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Nothing further. Your Honor.
That'll conclude our pre-trial on Stephan Sterns, 2024 CF 632.
To support the proposed order, you have to access to the motion.
State of Florida versus Larry Rhodes, 2022 CF 1914.
Just on behalf of Mr. Rose.
Catherine Marlowe on behalf of the state.
Mr. Rhodes' appearance will be quick. Mr. Rhodes present.
You might be downstairs. I'm open to proceed without him. He's not. I know the court has people already in the box, and we have a lot of work for it.
I do. All right, let me take, can we take a couple of the votes in the inmates, and then we'll make Mr. Rhodes a call.
Thank you.
And that was the end of it. Just a continuation of the trial for a new trial date for them to give them time to go through all those darn motions they just filed. And we went over a few of those the other day when we were doing our live. All the motions that he's filed but instead of going through them again, I'll give you a brief rundown on this news clip here. I don't know why he gets away. Why do these defendants get away with not coming to court? You know, it's insane.
I have no idea. That's a new thing to me. The first time I ever saw it was Adam Montgomery.
Me too. And I was like, what in the hell? They should be forced to come out of that cell. You know, you forced your victims to do whatever you wanted to do to them. So you need to get your tail out here and face the music now, right?
Mm-hmm. I can't remember which trial it was, but I know one judge actually had them drag the guy out and bring him into the courtroom, and I think they taped him to the chair or something. I
Oh,
don't
I know
remember
it.
who that was.
Yeah, I can't remember either.
Was that the Darrell Brooks
It may have
case
been.
where he drove through that parade?
Yep,
Was that
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 guy.
case?
I don't remember if it was
There
that
were
case or
so
not.
many wild things in that
But
one.
I know it was such a wild case, and he was a wild person, right? I mean,
Hmm.
good Lord, I thought that little girl's mom was gonna get off the witness stand and go down there and whip his butt.
She
Um,
should have.
she should have. You're right. She should have. Okay, let me get this up, and I think this is the clip that has the audio of the officer actually taking his phone and him giving her the permission and all that good stuff. So let's let this play.
Killing 13-year-old Maddie Soto will be back in court.
At this time, Stephan Sterns will have a pretrial hearing. It's ahead of his child sex crime trial, and Amanda McKenzie is live outside the Osceola County Courthouse. Amanda, worth noting, this is separate from that trial.
That's right. So he will be facing two different trials, and this one today is a hearing concerning his 60-plus counts of child sex abuse charges, and this trial is set to start on February 24th. Meanwhile, his defense attorneys have filed about 50 motions in recent days. Sterns is also facing a first-degree murder charge and the death penalty if convicted in the disappearance and death of 13-year-old Maddie Soto last year. The motions include issues like limiting victim impact statements. Another motion discusses possible challenges over potential jurors. And his attorneys are even requesting that the jury travel to the prison and execution chamber where Sterns could be held if he were to be convicted and sentenced to death. However, attorneys have filed a motion to remove death as a possible penalty. Sterns is accused of killing the daughter of his girlfriend on the day after she turned 13 years old and disposing of her body in a remote part of Osceola County. He has pleaded not guilty to those charges. So far, no date has been set to hear any of these motions. Today's pretrial hearing is set to begin at 9 a.m. We'll be sure to let you know what happens. Reporting live from the Osceola County Courthouse, Amanda McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
WESH 2 News continues.
The man accused of murdering 13-year-old Madeline Soto is getting ready for his trial.
Stephan Sterns' attorneys are asking a judge to throw out evidence that investigators found on his cell phone and an online account. WESH 2's Spencer Tracy explains why Sterns believes he had no choice but to hand over his phone.
Sterns claims he had no choice but to hand over his phone. His attorney also says he was under the influence of a prescription anxiety drug that day as well.
I am going to hold on to your phone, okay? I'll give it back to you when we're done. Okay? Do you have any questions for us?
How long are you going to need my phone?
On February 27, 2024, the day after Madeline Soto's mom reported the teen missing, this is the recording of a detective asking Sterns if she could take a photograph of his cell phone history and check the phone's settings.
Your phone. I told you that I was going to hold on to it and that we would like to download your phone, right?
Okay.
Is this something that I have your consent to do, or do I need to get a search warrant for your phone?
It should be fine.
Investigators say they found hundreds of pictures and videos on his phone that showed him molesting her for years. In a new court filing, Sterns' attorney has filed a motion to suppress that evidence. His attorney argues that it was unlawfully taken and that investigators did not get a warrant to search his phone.
What this is the defense's attempt to try to eliminate or suppress evidence in the trial or trials that the state can try to prove.
As the case prepares to head to trial, the state has not yet responded to this motion in court.
The lawyers are working, the defense is working, the state's working, and, it's designed to sort of vary what evidence would be admissible and what evidence would not be admissible in the trial.
Sterns' pretrial is scheduled for tomorrow. Of course, we'll be there and bringing the latest on air and online. I'm covering Osceola County in Kissimmee. Spencer Tracy, WESH 2 News.
Of course, that one was from yesterday. Now, on that first one, there's two things that stuck out to me that I think is quite ridiculous. You got the nerve to do what you did to that little girl for years, take her where you took her and leave her in the little patch of woods. and you want jurors to come visit a Florida state prison to see the conditions you would be housed under death row?
Oh my God.
Dude, I'm moving to South Florida, Central Florida, so I can be on that jury.
The
Yeah,
nerve.
I know, the nerve. And we got some pretty bad prisons here, from what I understand. They've been pretty popular for years. I hope he gets sent to Rayford. Honestly, he won't have a good time there. But I mean, oh shit, that's what these. Like, I'm all for your basic constitutional rights, but to sit there now and want jurors to come in and feel bad for you that you're going to be housed on death row and this is what your conditions are going to look like. What do you want them to do? Like, oh my God, this is horrible. We can't do this to him. That's insane. And then asking to limit the victim impact statements. He doesn't even want the family to come in and read victim impact statements. He wants them read by somebody else.
No,
And
jeez.
right. And at some point, we got to put our foot down as a society and say, hell no, we're not doing this no more. Victims' rights matter just as much as the defendant's rights, or no matter what. And those families have a right to walk in there and read their victim impact statements. It happens in every damn trial we cover. You know,
Oh yeah.
it's insane to me that he's even or his
Today, a man
attorneys. 'Cause,
accused of killing 13.
excuse me, we know that he's not smart enough to be an attorney for himself. So this is his lawyer's ploy to do this stuff. I mean, have they ever tried that before? I have to look at that in Florida. I've never heard of them asking jurors in Florida to go visit the prison, to see
I haven't
conditions.
heard that either.
Me neither. And
And
that
what does that
is
have to do with his crimes?
exactly. Exactly. It doesn't have nothing to do with it at all, except him wanting people to feel sorry for him the way he's always done. He always seemed to be talkative and bubbly when he wanted to be, and then all sad and, sorrowful when he needed to be. He's crazy. Um,
He is, yeah, clearly out of touch with reality.
he really is. And if you
If
go
he
back,
expects somebody to care, you know?
I know. Maybe his mom and dad. I mean, I don't even know if they care anymore. Um, to an extent, they were suspicious of him from the get go almost. And, especially with mom finding that half torso doll and running outside screaming Maddie out
Oh
into
yeah.
into the wilderness in the middle of the night. And the cops happen to roll up and see her doing that. It's like, what kind of, that usually never happens, but it did, you know. And his dad asking him, well, did you expect to be arrested for this, son? Well, no, dad. It's like, good Lord. And I've got all their interviews. We're going to have to do another show. I've done past shows where we went over a lot of the documents and a lot of the interviews, but we're going to have to do some little updates and refreshers on that. Let's
Mhm.
take, yeah, let's take a look at this little piece here, because I think it had some different information. Oh, was this not the same one, was it? Yeah, I think it's close to it. Oh, that was her asking. Oh, let me get it to a part where I want it, because we don't need to see that. I think that cannot be the same one we just saw, because I didn't have two of the same thing downloaded. No, yeah, they're different. Okay.
Wesh 2 News continues.
The man accused of murdering 13-year-old Madeline Soto is getting ready for his trial.
Stephan Sterns' attorneys are asking a judge to throw out evidence that investigators found on his cell phone and an online account.
Wait a minute.
Washington's Spencer Tracy explains why.
Sorry, it's not. It didn't work right. Let me pull it back up the other way. I don't know what happened there. Dolphin, I'm like you, and this restream may not be the way to go.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll just have to play with it.
Yeah. Oh, wait, I just tried to pull. Y'all ain't gonna believe what I did. I'm not even gonna say it. All right. I was being silly, not to fix a double up on us here.
Barcelona's the kind of city where
Okay. Back to the playlist. I was reading Z's comment.
I was too.
Yeah, I'm in Florida, honey, and I know all about the Florida prison system. I've got a friend who works in the Florida prison system. She's pretty high up in there. Um, you know, prison's prison. And a lot of people who go to prison are absolutely guilty, but they do get their rights in prison. They get their little law school libraries and they get fed 3 hots and a cot and all that. As long as his basic rights are met, he can. Conditions are the conditions. I'm not here to argue prison conditions. That's a whole other fight that I don't get into. All right, let me pull up what we're looking at here. Just like the death penalty argument, I don't argue that with people because that's a personal thing. I
Oh
grew
yeah,
up.
absolutely.
Yeah, I grew up thinking it was normal because I'm in Florida. Shit, that's all I ever heard my whole life. Old Sparky, and I'm like, and then I realized I grew up and realized, oh, not everybody does that, and people are mad about it. Okay, so I don't get into all those kinds of conversations. Let me make sure this is the one I wanted to see here. Because that looks like the same girl we saw a second ago, but it's a whole different channel, so I don't understand.
Are you looking for one that shows more of the phone conversation when he was turning it over?
Do you have any questions for us?
What's right here?
Oh, okay.
Back to you.
Anxiety drug that day as well.
I am gonna hold on to your phone, okay? I'll give it back to you when we're done.
Is this the same one?
Okay. Do you have any questions for us?
How long are you gonna need my phone?
On February 27, 2024, the day after Madeline Soto's mom reported the teen missing, this is the recording of a detective asking Sterns if she could take a photograph of his cell phone history and check the phone's settings.
Your phone. I told you that I was gonna hold on to it and that we would like to download your phone, right?
Okay.
Is this something that I have your consent to do, or do I need to get a search warrant for your phone?
It should be fine.
Investigators say they found hundreds of pictures and videos on his phone that showed him molesting her for years. In a new court filing, Sterns' attorney has filed a motion to suppress that evidence. His attorney argues that it was unlawfully taken and that investigators did not get a warrant to search his phone.
What this is the defense's attempt to try to eliminate or suppress evidence in the trial or trials that the state can try to prove.
As the case prepares to head to trial, the state has not yet responded to this motion in court.
The lawyers are working, the defense is working, the state's working, and, it's designed to sort of vary what evidence would be admissible and what evidence would not be admissible in the trial.
Sterns' pretrial is scheduled for tomorrow. Of course, we'll be there and bringing the latest on air and online. I'm covering Osceola County in Kissimmee. Spencer Tracy, West 2 News.
Stearns has pleaded not guilty to all charges. Last week, his public defender also filed motions to drop the death penalty.
I have all the police interviews in a separate playlist as well. There's like one that I did, like there's 3 parts to it. What in the world? Oh, I keep hitting the wrong thing. Sorry guys, I'm a little bit under the weather still, but I'm doing a lot better. I wanted to come live with this. Let me pull this back up here. Okay. Now. Uh-oh, my computer's not wanting to cooperate this second. Come on, dude. There we go.
Days after Madeline Soto had been.
Okay, we're going to look at this clip real quick. Remember he took that trip in the middle of the night back over to Northport? I think this is something to do with that. This is the officers approaching the family.
Hey guys.
On February 28th, 2 days after Madeline Soto had been reported missing, her mom, Jennifer Soto, and Jennifer's boyfriend, Stephan Sterns, found themselves temporarily homeless. Deputies had sealed off the Kissimmee condo where they lived so investigators could photograph the potential crime scene. Detectives had also just seized Sterns' cell phone and his car, a silver Lincoln MKZ.
Early that morning, the couple, along with Stephan Sterns' father, checked into this hotel near Disney. All three went to bed, but then, according to investigators, Sterns snuck out of the hotel and went on a mysterious mission. Detectives wanted to know where he went as they tried to seek justice for Madeline.
Do you think your son's capable of doing something like this? I know it's a hard question as a father.
Nothing would surprise me at this point. I don't know.
You're listening to the voice of Christopher Sterns, the father of Stephan Sterns.
What time did you get here last night?
3 a.m.
3 a.m.
Christopher Sterns says that he, his son, and Jennifer Soto arrived at the Town Place Suites at Flamingo Crossings and checked into 2 separate hotel rooms.
I brought my stuff up, went over and said goodnight, and then hit the sack.
About 2 hours later, at 4:42 in the morning, surveillance cameras captured Stephan Sterns leaving the hotel through the main entrance. Investigators believe he then climbed into Jennifer Soto's white Nissan Sentra and drove for more than 2 hours to the town of Northport, which is located between Sarasota and Fort Myers. Sterns has occasionally lived in Northport at his parents' home.
He waited till she got up, went to sleep, and snuck out. Not long after we all said goodnight.
Christopher Sterns told detectives he had no idea why his son would drive to Northport in the middle of the night while authorities were still searching for Madeline.
I don't know whether to say I'm flabbergasted or impressed at Stephan's endeavors.
Well,
he was, as far as I knew, he was going to pass out at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
It didn't take me long to crash and burn. And then to find out that he made this round trip to Northport.
Originally, police thought Sterns could have stopped by this storage facility in Northport where his dad rents a unit. At the time, detectives believed the teen may be deceased and her body might be located in the storage unit. But when investigators searched the facility, nothing was found.
Why would he spend nearly 6 hours driving round trip to go to Northport to the storage unit?
Detectives think Sterns traveled to his parents' house that morning where his mother, Deborah, was home alone. She told police she never saw her son.
You know what stopped him from getting in the house? He didn't have a garage door opener.
While searching her son's bedroom here, Deborah Sterns told detectives she found a torso of a sex doll. According to investigators, she initially believed it to be real, prompting Sterns' mother to run outside and begin calling out Madeline's name. But police found no signs of the missing teen in Northport.
I don't know where he got the effing energy, but you're telling me he was down there at 7:45?
Still behind the wheel of his girlfriend's car, detectives say cameras captured video of Sterns heading towards the interstate and beginning the nearly 150-mile drive back to the Orlando area. When Sterns returned to the hotel at 10:55 a.m., he reportedly told his dad he'd gone out for a drive and gotten lost.
He spent a lifetime lying to us,
Okay.
and it's just never gotten better. And he fed me some the other day, and before I left the house the other night, I turned to my wife and I said, "Do we really know Stephan? Can we honestly say we really know him?"
While detectives were interviewing Christopher Sterns, deputies took his son into custody on child sex charges. Investigators say they found images on Sterns' Google account that showed him molesting Madeline.
Your son has been arrested for sexual battery.
What?
Your son was arrested for sexual battery.
Detectives now believe Sterns gained access to a computer device while in Northport and tried logging into his Google account using his parents' Wi-Fi to delete the images and videos of his sexually abusing Madeline, but was unsuccessful. While investigating Sterns' Google account, detectives say they found evidence that someone did multiple searches for sevoflurane, an anesthetic that can put patients to sleep before surgery and can cause hypnosis and amnesia. Someone apparently wanted to know whether sevoflurane will show up in a drug test. Those Google searches were conducted less than 2 weeks before Madeline vanished.
The impression is that he loves out of her, you know, and he was very upset Monday when he was talking to me. You know, he was sobbing and blaming himself for her disappearance.
Weeks after his son's arrest, while Christopher Sterns was cleaning out his storage unit in Northport, he told authorities he found a box of his son's belongings that included 2 USB drives. Detectives say one of those USB drives contained over 35,000 images of child pornography. None of the images were Madeline, according to police.
Stephan Sterns was arrested for sexual battery 2 days after Madeline had been reported missing. Although investigators believe the 13-year-old was dead, they did not know where her body was hidden.
Next on Justice for Madeline, we'll show you how
That guy, yeah, 35,000, and that is what he went to Northport for. Let me get that
This
out of
is
my way.
unreal.
Yeah, so he apparently drove over there to try to access to his account to delete the Google stuff. And I'm going to search through, because that one doc drop I got is like 896 pages long. There's a bunch of search warrants and all that stuff. I've got a 22-page PDF. I don't even know how many documents I got saved to this computer on this dude. But I'm going to go through them and look for those search warrants. And they do have a Google warrant in that document dump, and I know they have. But yeah, he gave permission to take the phone. You know, and she said we want to download it, you know, and all that good stuff. And, you know, then he, that's how my dad's going to reach me. Well, your dad was in town with you, dude. But like she said, they can, use Jennifer's phone, you know. But for these people to, to waive their right to appear, and you get to sit in the jail while it happens, and come on, man. You quit being a coward and come out and face the music, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, let me
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, you're good.
What I'm trying to figure out is why haven't they come up with any other arrests of people that he was, I don't know, maybe exchanging these images with or whatever, because you don't have 35,000 photos and do the stuff that that he did for years without also being on some slimy, dark web or, message boards or whatever, and sharing stuff with people,
Yeah, they were looking into the app Telegram, and it's heavily encrypted. And they know he was on Telegram, and was he sharing, selling, anything like that. Now, from what we can glean from all of the documents that we've read, all the interviews with the police, he hasn't been charged yet with selling anything or
Yeah, but he
distributing.
got money from somewhere.
He was getting money from
He
somewhere.
had way too much money to spend
Yes.
for the Tamagotchis and whatever
Yep.
else he was buying,
His mom said that he continued to get deliveries all the time. She didn't know where the money was coming from, and it led a lot of us to speculate: what did Jen know? Was she okay with it? Was she profiting from it? V, I see your comment, hun. Has the mother been charged for anything? No. She got a little bit of an immunity. We don't know all the details behind it, because she was caught in lies, like on TV, caught in lies.
Yes, she was.
Yeah, and I don't normally cover a lot of these horrific children's cases, but the day Maddie disappeared was the same day Sebastian disappeared, Sebastian Rogers, and I started following the case, and it turned into what it was, and I wasn't just going to let it go. I want to see justice for Maddie, because she didn't deserve it. Jennifer Soto appears to be in hiding. There was talk at one point she was in a mental facility. I've tried to find out. I know I've got some people down there in Central Florida, but nobody's talking. If she is in hiding, she's with her family or if she's still in a hospital. Now, I know in Florida, you can do a 3-day hold on somebody. A family can Baker Act you. It's only going to be a 3-day hold unless she has voluntarily committed herself somewhere. We've got all the interviews with Jen Soto. You're welcome to go back through some of my former shows. And there are a lot of interviews in there that we've covered with the family. Yeah, exactly. The Telegram is like super secret and it's heavily encrypted and it's hard for them to get into. This guy, his name on Reddit was Sustenant. And there was I'm not going to pull it up on the screen because I don't have it on my computer, but I have it on my phone. There was a lady who made a post on there and on the Reddit site.
Oh,
And
yeah.
you remember that? Where
Mhm.
she was concerned about, I guess when she was a child, she was harmed by her own father, and so as she, got married, had a child, she couldn't help the PTSD, and so she, was concerned about leaving her daughter alone with her husband, and so she had made a post about it. I think she's deleted it now, but his comment to her is still up, and
People screen grab it.
yeah. So she was asking for like advice, therapy, what do I do here to get over this fear? And he tells her that absolutely 110% go back to therapy, please. Imagine how it would feel to be treated like a monster constantly without the benefit of the doubt, without having ever given you a reason to without giving you a reason to, simply because you had a bad experience with someone else. He shouldn't have to defend himself all the time from your accusations and misplaced suspicions. I can only imagine him telling Jen Soto stuff like this. Stop projecting your father's horrible actions onto your innocent husband. They are not the same. All men are not automatically predators and lurking monsters, unless you're Stearns. We get enough of that treatment from random Karens out in the world. We don't need it from the people we love and trust, whom should love and trust us too. And remember when Jen, in some of the early interviews, Jen's like, "Oh well, it took me a long time to trust him like that before
Yeah.
I allowed the sleepovers."
Yep.
Was he telling her stuff like this, and her gullible ass bought it hook, line, and sinker?
I don't think she was gullible. I think she knew what was going on because
Yeah.
remember the Woody Allen comment that she
Yep.
made? She didn't want
Yep.
this to turn into some sort of Woody Allen situation. Yeah,
Yeah.
she knew.
She wouldn't have said that if she didn't know something, right?
Mhm.
And I absolutely agree with you because she's like, I don't want this to turn into a Woody Allen situation, and we're like, what the hell, Jennifer? Um, and even in her police interviews, it's crazy. And when you look at the news clips that she did early on, we dropped her off at school, and we didn't do anything. He dropped her off at school, but she continued to say we dropped her off until the cops finally called her out on that. And even in the court documents that we have, they actually subpoenaed, I think it was Fox 59's news piece that she did,
Mhm.
because she was caught lying in there, and they know it. And
She even told one of the little friends, I dropped her off at
yeah,
school when she was making the phone calls to see if they had heard from Maddie. Yeah,
uh-huh,
she said, "I dropped her off at school."
yes,
So,
she did.
yeah.
And she pause on that for a second. Like I said, I've got this one is a 4-part actually, law enforcement. Like one's 10 minutes long, 10 minutes long, 10 minutes long. They're 10, 20, 30. It's almost 40 minutes worth right there just alone of Stearns uh, interviews. Let me see if I can hang on a second, because I don't have a ton of time today. I do got to fix dinner later and be ready for Joe's show. And grandbaby's home still sick, but he is doing better.
Oh,
I want
that's
to pull
good.
up. Yeah, he's feeling better. In fact, he just came in and asked me, "Was it time for my medicine again?" It's like he's fine until I do something, right? And it's that way for the past 2 days. Yesterday, I wanted a nap so bad, and I kept asking him, "Can I get you something to eat? You need to try to eat." "No, I'm not hungry. I don't." All this, girl. I got completely just to that good and dozed off stage, and boom, there he was. Grandma, can I have some soup? 2 days in a row that happened. And I'm like, damn it, man. So, you know, got up, made him his soup, and then the poor thing couldn't even eat it all. But he ate a lot better last night, and he's had a better appetite today. So, that's good. Let me see if this is a good enough one. Hold on. To give us a little, no, that's not the one I want. I should have been a little better prepared, guys. I'm sorry. But this was kind of a thrown together show last
That's
minute.
okay. I was just looking at what V said about
What'd she
if
say?
someone was saying that to me, I'd automatically be like, what did you do? What are you planning? Like when someone says out of the blue, I'd never hurt you. It's like, why are you popping off with that? Yeah, I don't understand why Jen was so, I don't know, lazy when it came to
Yeah.
mothering. I mean,
I
that
if I go
woman.
back to listening to the interview with her ex-husband,
Oh,
and
yeah, the one that
the
had the
way he
daughter.
talked, because he had a daughter, Jen had a daughter, the girls were almost the same age. He said it started when he was with Jen, things like her checking out. Um, he was trying to work and go to school to make things better for the family, and she would call him on the phone and be like, "When are you coming home? The girls are too much." Like, lady,
Jeez.
yeah. And so it started before Stearns ever came into the picture, with her wanting to check out and be lazy and need to take her meds and get her sleep and all the things, her good sleep, you know.
Right.
But then when she met up with Stearns, they fueled each other's fire, you know, and he saw this lady likes to check out. That makes it easy for me. This lady likes to take her meds and go to sleep. Because he even goes through this little spill about how Jennifer's nightly routine, once she takes her meds, she's got about a half-hour window, and then she's out.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, how out were you? I mean, come on. You found the perfect victims. And a
Yeah,
lot of
translation
times,
is the coast is clear, you know?
exactly. And a lot of times these predators can keep on until they find the perfect set of victims. And there's no excuse for Jennifer Soto, none whatsoever. You know, I don't condone anything that she's done or any of the things that she has come off with. You know what I mean? We'll pull this up. This is, I think, one of her interviews with law enforcement, and we'll see how just how whacked out this woman is. While this is playing, I'm gonna go run and get the baby his Tylenol and his juice, and I'll come back. But
with all kinds of people.
may have to fast forward it a little bit. They get her in the room, actually. Okay. I went too far.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, grab some.
Can you guys hear it?
Yeah, I can't.
Okay, thank you.
So actual tissues? No. I can give you this whole roll.
So Sunday, birthday party. She spent the whole day at my mom's house. We celebrated with the whole family. I was at work. I just started at a job last week or the week before.
Okay. Where's that at?
Walt Disney World at Coronado Springs, front desk concierge.
Okay.
I was finishing up my last day of, no, it wasn't even my last day of training. I was still in the middle of training. Sunday in the middle of training, I couldn't miss to go to her birthday party. So I went to work. I was with my family all day. She had the best day. She was so happy when I got home and I saw her. At my house around 8:30 that night. I wasn't home. She got dropped off alone. About 10 to 15 minutes later, Stephan showed up.
At your house in Kissimmee?
At my house in Kissimmee, he called me. Or he texted me, I don't remember. But he let me know he was there and that she was getting ready for bed. She was doing ready for bed.
What meds? What does she take?
She takes hydroxyzine.
Okay. What is it for?
It's for anxiety and for sleep.
Okay.
Now, could she take that by herself, or would he have given that to her?
I think she took it by herself. She got home and she had already taken it.
How do you know that?
That's what he told me.
That's what he told you. Okay.
He was there when you got home? You got home, they were already at the apartment? Okay.
I don't like her taking her meds without somebody visually watching her, because I don't want her to accidentally grab the wrong pill. She's comfortable enough to grab the pill while, but I'm like, no, I need to watch you take them.
Has there ever been an issue with that in the past, where she took too many or took the wrong thing? Or just like a thought in your mind?
No, just a thought in my mind, just me being hypervigilant. I want to physically watch her take her meds and watch her grab 2, take them. I don't ever want there to be an accident of she took too many, or she took, my biggest fear is that she would take Adderall by accident, her daytime meds.
Got it.
I got home around 10:30. I started getting ready for bed myself. I started eating and taking my meds, because I have to take meds. When I went to take my meds, I realized, oh my god, I forgot to take my Saturday night's meds, which is why I felt so weird and so abnormal and not myself Sunday while I was at work. Everyone at work noticed I was acting different and not being myself. Like, I couldn't smile in front of the guests. I felt this wave of depression that I haven't felt in years. It was my bipolar symptoms coming up again, but I've been medicating myself.
Okay, you skip your meds once by accident, and it's not going to cause all that. It's just not, Jen. It's just not.
For all this time, I realized I forgot to take my meds, and I said, "You guys, I need a good night's sleep. I need to take my meds." I sent them to sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom, so that I could get a good night's sleep. Suggested that we all sleep together in the same bed together, but not the easiest person to sleep with. She rolls around, she punches, she kicks. We have a king size bed, and she typically sleeps on one side, and she'll end up on my side when we wake up.
Okay.
So I asked her, I'm like, no, please, I need a good night's sleep. If you guys can go upstairs and let me sleep. I had asked Stephan to take her to school in the morning.
We'll go to Sunday. So Sunday you took your meds. What meds, if you don't mind me asking, what meds do you take? And like, how does it, do they put you to sleep deep? Does it help you fall asleep, or does it help regulate you? What kind of happens when you take the meds?
So they do all of the above. They make me sleepy. They help me stay asleep. And they help me function, so I'm stable all day. They only work well if I've got a good night's sleep and if I've eaten with them the night before when I take them, or the night I take them. The medication is called Geodon. Generic brand is called Zifrazidone. I took my meds. And then I told them to start getting ready for bed, to start heading upstairs and get ready, because it was already almost 11 o'clock. It's past her bedtime. She needs to go to sleep. So I sent them upstairs. I think he may have come down at one point to pee before bed, and then he went back upstairs. He uses my restroom because the roommates upstairs don't want to share a restroom with a male.
Okay.
Yeah, so he uses my.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I was eating and I had turned my back, so I was really listening to what she was saying.
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice? So she's telling this rehearsed story, right?
Yep.
And everything. And did you notice that she said, it was 11 o'clock. She really needed to get to bed, blah, blah, blah. She's like, basically, when she's saying everything, it's like a list. This happened, this happened, this happened.
Uh-huh.
And when she said, and I sent them upstairs to bed. Right? That, to me, right there, the way she said it was 11 o'clock. She needed to get, some sleep or whatever. And I sent them upstairs to bed. That right there, the way she said it sounded like that's a regular occurrence, you know?
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
I had my back turned and I heard it and I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, because she said they like to have their sleepovers, and it took her a long time to trust him in that fashion. And Maddie, they claim that Maddie had such anxiety she didn't like to
Mhm.
be alone and couldn't sleep alone. But yet the child had her own little makeshift bedroom and a bed.
Mhm.
Um, and you should have trained her. Your room is right next door to the little makeshift room. You do what you can to comfort your children and get them to start sleeping. You teach them tools at a young age to fight anxiety if they have it, right?
Mhm.
And they weren't. They were just feeding. You know what they were doing? They were drugging her. And there was
Yeah.
drugs found in that home. I've got the documentation. There was meth in that house. There was I think there was a little bit of weed in there. We know Jennifer liked
Mhm.
her weed too. The weed ain't really an issue for me, but the having the meth in the house and different things. What were you doing with it? Or was Maddie being drugged? Because at some point, when Maddie was little, she didn't know not to participate. And we have in the documents, it describes how he started grooming her and what he did to get her to do an act on him at
Mhm.
almost 7 years old. But as she grew older, she's probably wasn't as willing anymore. So did you need to start drugging her
Mhm.
with your Ativans and your other meds? Because they were all three on the meds. They all three had the ADHD, and they were all three super forgetful. It's like y'all needed to be in like some group therapy or something.
Oh,
But
yeah.
instead, Jen's working 2 weeks here, 2 weeks there, and Stephan's not working at all. You know, so I don't know. All mothers would love a good night's sleep, Jen. I'm not about to send my child up to stairs with my boyfriend to go sleep. No, you take your ass to your bed and you take yours home. But you're right. It would seem like a natural
Mhm.
thing for
Just part of
her.
the routine.
Part of
Mhm.
the routine. Exactly.
Um, sorry, where did I?
You're fine. Sunday night he came downstairs, maybe overnight to use the restroom.
Yeah, and then he went back upstairs and they went to sleep, or where I think they went to sleep.
Okay.
I don't know. I went to sleep. I was woken up at some time. For the longest time, I've been saying he woke me up at 8 o'clock in the morning because I assumed he was taking her to school and getting ready for school. But in reality, I don't know what time he woke me up. The sun was out a little bit. It was still a little dark. And I was very sleepy. When I got up, I was kind of drunk. But he came in to walk the dog, to put the leash on the dog and walk him.
Was the dog in the room with you?
Yes.
So did he wake you up on purpose, or was it just kind of like the causation of him opening the door and you realizing somebody was there?
Yeah, the causation of him putting the leash on the dog, because the way the dog reacted, he gets very nervous and will urinate if you put the leash on him too directly. You have to like be nice and talk to him. Yeah, he's a very he's a nervous dog. Yeah.
Even the dog has
So,
more sense than her.
I got up to try to help him, and he said, "No, no,
Exactly.
go back to sleep. I'm fine. I got this." And I said, "Are you sure?" He said, "Yeah." So I laid back down and went to sleep. I heard noise in the kitchen, but I'm not sure who it could have been. Getting ready, but it could have been Stephan. It could have been any of my roommates.
Do you not know your own daughter's voice? Because she could never clarify if she heard Maddie in the kitchen. At one point, she says she did, and then she starts saying she did. Her story continued to change throughout all the documents we were reading. But when you hear voices in the kitchen, your room is literally right there, Jen. Let me show you the floor plan. How do you not notice your daughter's voice? I mean, that's crazy to me.
I fell asleep again, and I didn't wake up, I think, until 9 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you, Sirius Black.
Did
I
you ever
appreciate
leave
that.
the bedroom in that time frame?
No.
So he came in, you were kind of awoken up based on him interacting with the dog, but you stayed in bed, you didn't leave the bedroom. So if you woke up at like 9, so you never...
That morning.
Monday morning.
No.
So the last time you would have You're fine.
I want to see her. Yeah.
Take a minute, okay? While you take a minute, I will come on.
Oh, Forrest. Kind of like Dylan. Oh, Lordy, people got to stop getting so medicated, don't know what's going on around them, right?
I was going to ask you earlier, has anybody reached out to you during the time that you've been investigating this? Talk about that or anything else? Negative, positive, neutral?
My best friends have all been in contact with me just to try to help me. There's like, setting up Facebook groups, flyers,
No negative interactions with the public or anything? Nobody's like reached out with tips or accusations or anything like that?
Not that I've seen. I've been avoiding social media because my family's telling me to not go on.
Would you be okay with our digital people looking at your phone to verify there's no stuff coming into socials, text, things like that?
That's fine.
Do you have the phone?
Yeah.
What they'll do is they'll plug it in, they'll do a forensic download of it so they have the data. That way they can go through it and say, we did receive things, we didn't receive things, here's the communications in and out, things like that, so we can verify that for you.
That's fine.
Do you have a password on it?
030288.
030288. Okay.
Voluntarily gave up the phone.
Is that a birthday?
Mm-hmm. And the password.
Your birthday?
Yeah.
Yep.
Birthday's tomorrow. Right?
Today's the 1st. I didn't even know. This is the worst birthday ever.
I want to reach through this screen and slap her.
I know, right? I'm glad you brought that up, Joy, because you know what? A lot of us are mothers. I had 3 kids, and normally when your child's birthday's coming, you don't schedule yourself to work or you schedule around your schedule, right? So, her birthday wasn't even actually on that Sunday. The party at her parents' house for the child was. The birthday was like Thursday, and then the party was Sunday. Jennifer wasn't with her on her birthday either because Maddie, for some reason, spent half that week at her grandparents' house, her grandmother's house, and was still there. And then from what the grandmother said, she really didn't want to go home on Sunday. Why wouldn't she take the time to, I got to work on Sunday, baby, but what about Saturday afternoon? If I'm not, there could have been another arrangement. You don't just skip the whole damn party, do you? I think a lot of us mothers and parents felt that was abnormal. Sometimes it can't be helped, but yeah, no way. Apparently Jennifer couldn't handle a whole lot of anything, Forrest.
That way they can get that going so we can get it back to you before we're out of here. We don't keep it from you.
That was okay.
So you said about 9 o'clock on Monday you wake up?
Yeah. I wake up. I have a doctor's appointment. I leave sometime between 9:30 and 9:45. And I head over there. It's blood work appointment. The appointment's for 10:15, but they take a while to see me.
Where was your appointment at?
LabCorp.
Okay, so she's going to the blood appointment for one reason. When you're on the type of meds that Jen's on, every so often you have to go get your blood drawn to make sure you're taking those medications. And she's over here. Yeah, and she's over here talking about it takes them a long time to get to me. No. but that's protocol. Especially as long as she's been on meds, and some of the meds that she is taking, they are, if you, depending on your doctor, but most of the time you have to go every so often and get your blood drawn, and that's how they know if you're taking that medication or not.
And do you want me to tell you exactly which one?
Sure.
Oh wait, I don't have my phone.
When we get it back, we'll go back to it.
Danger, you're good. So no, she hasn't been charged with anything yet. She got a little bit of an immunity deal. We don't know we got some pieces about it we can do on another show, but yeah, she got a little bit of an immunity. They know she lied. They called her out on her lying. So, but as of now, she still hasn't been charged with anything, which is blows a lot of our minds. Not even neglect, right?
It's, if you need to Google it, it's the LabCorp across the street from the Loop in Kissimmee.
Okay, got it.
Had my appointment. I finished there sometime between 11:15. Then I headed home. When I got home, Stephan was there. I had talked to him a little bit earlier while I was waiting for my blood work appointment, and he let me know, oh, I'm so sorry, I left my phone at home by accident. School, everything went great. She got up super early, got up really quick. She slept most of the way in the car. I asked her multiple times if she wanted McDonald's, but she said no. Because that was the plan, was that they were going to stop at McDonald's that morning to go get breakfast. He said that he had gone to the vape shop and they were closed and they didn't open. So he waited there for a while and left, and then said he was going to go back later.
Excuse me, that's a hard call for us, because what is she going to testify to that she knew or suspected, or I really don't know what she would be able to testify to, because she claims she didn't know anything was going on, but we all know that she did. Now, I want to point out something. When I was listening to the interviews earlier, or kind of listening to them again, the cop had asked Sterns about when he reset that phone.
Right.
He said it was before the vape shop, but
Mm-hmm.
he claimed he left that phone at home before he went to the vape shop.
Right.
And then they asked him, about how long he was at the vape shop, and then he kept saying, "Oh, just a few minutes." They're like, "Well, we have you on camera there till 10 a.m."
Yeah,
And
he
if
was
the
sitting in the
store,
parking lot, right?
yeah, and if you claim the store opens at 10, why did you leave at the time it opens and then go home and go back? So they knew these two were lying from the get-go. It didn't take them long to figure out they were being lied to, and for her to believe, she even told his Stephan's father, "We need to get him a lawyer." Like, that would have not have been the first thing out of my mouth if this man was just accused of doing things to my child. I would have been the one needing the attorney.
Yep.
When I saw him at the house, everything was normal. We were chatting, we were talking. He was acting normal. He was sitting in my computer chair just messing around on his phone. While we were hanging out, he mentioned something along the lines of,
Maddie wasn't asleep in the car, they said. He claimed that Maddie was asleep because the cameras see Maddie in that car leaving the complex that morning, and Maddie is completely slumped over, seat belted in, slumped over, and already deceased. As he drives through town, they can see Maddie in the car. They even have him on video pulling into a parking garage of a hotel and taking her out of the front seat and placing her into the trunk.
Actually, wasn't she slumped over in the wrong direction too?
Yep.
Most people lean towards the door if they're gonna, fall asleep or
Yep.
getting sleepy, and she was
Mhm.
leaning towards him or like the
Yep.
driver's seat.
And the security guard at the front gate of their complex, when he went back through, he saw Maddie in the car. He thought she was sleeping, but that child was not asleep. She was already deceased. Yeah, and fortunately, I hate that any of this happened, but the fact that they got him on videotape and
Oh,
that
I'm so glad.
I
Mhm.
know, right? How can you dispute that? You're seen taking this child out of the front seat and placing her in the trunk. Then you start heading out towards the swampland in Florida, and lo and behold, you get a blowout before you can ever take her where you really wanted to take her, where she would never be found.
Talk about divine intervention right there.
We were on the same wavelength, girl.
Oh man, I've been avoiding this phone update for a really long time. I should probably update it now. And I said, do it. Don't avoid it. Just get it over with. And he updates his phone. And then tells me, oh my god, I don't know what button I just pressed, but I just factory reset my entire phone. And I said, how the hell does that happen? That gives you options now when you reset your phone? He goes, yeah, apparently I wasn't paying attention and I just pressed the button and it happened. And I said, oh, that's unfortunate. That sucks.
That's unfortunate.
Later on, he tells me he's going to go back out, and I think this is around 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Still on Monday?
Yes, still Monday. 12:30 in the afternoon, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He tells me he's going to go back out. He's going to stop at a few gaming shops. And then he'll meet me at the house at 2:30 so we can together. He left. I hung out in the house for a while. Was waiting for 2:30 to roll around. 2:30 rolls around, and I'm already calling Stephan, and he's not picking up his phone. 2:30 comes, I leave. About 10 minutes later, I get a phone call from him going, I just got back home. I left my phone home again. I'm so sorry. How long ago did you leave? And I said, about 10 minutes ago. He goes, I'm so sorry, I missed it. I really wanted to go with you. And I'm just like, it's fine. I figured he wasn't going to make it because when I looked at the time when he left and said he was going to visit 3 shops, I didn't think he had enough time to visit them. He told me while he was gone that he got a flat tire somewhere on 182. The wheel just shredded and fell apart. So he was changing the tire, and it took him a really long time to do it. He said he hurt his thumb while changing the tire, like the frame or something slipped and something pinched his finger, and he ended up having to yank it out. And he said he hurt his finger.
I want to touch on something real quick. When you were calling him, he eventually tells you that he left his phone there. Did you hear the phone at the house?
No. If it was anywhere, it would have been upstairs and I wouldn't have heard it. It would have been in the guest
Do
bedroom.
you typically go upstairs?
Who, me?
Yes.
Only if I'm doing laundry.
They said, do you typically go upstairs? She said, who, me?
Yeah.
I don't go to room number 4. I'm not wanted. She's like, who, me?
Oh, this woman gives me a headache.
Girl, I got my goodie powders right here. You need one?
No, I got a bottle of whiskey over here.
Oh, hell yes.
Yeah.
I should have known.
That was all. I was just curious if you had heard the phone when you were trying to call him that day.
I didn't. So he tells me all that. I get off the phone with him. I'm waiting. I wait for about an hour and 10 minutes. 4:04, the bell rings, and I'm waiting. I'm the first in line. And she doesn't come out.
You were in your car?
I was in my car, in the car line, yeah.
Okay.
At this point,
It's been a few minutes. She should have been out by now because she's usually one of the first kids out. She knows I'm in the front line. And I'm holding up the line behind me because there's kids getting in the cars behind and they're all waiting. They can't get around me, right? So I start calling her, forgetting that I have her phone on me. I had found her phone earlier that morning. She had left it at home. And I brought it with me because she does this often. She does leave her phone.
Where was the phone at in the house?
It was on top of the dresser in her bedroom.
Downstairs or upstairs? I never been in your house.
Downstairs.
Okay.
So, just so you know, I have a 4-bedroom townhouse.
Okay.
The living room has a partition in it, a fake wall kind of thing. That's got her bedroom in it. That's got a bed, a dresser, and a desk on it. Does she sleep there? No. She'll hang out there. She'll use her computer and hang out there. That's her hangout spot. But she primarily sleeps with me every night in my bed.
Okay, so with a 4-bedroom, one of the room number 4 was empty. Somebody had lived in it but moved out. Then Stephan moved into that room, and his dad was paying. He was literally living there with Jen in her room. And at some point, they decide to not be boyfriend girlfriend no more. But then he moves to room, and then he moves to room 4, and Dad is now paying, what was it, $600 a month for Sterns to live there. And then he told him, "I'm not going to do that anymore. You need to get out of Orlando and get back to Northport because I can't afford this." So, and Jennifer's dad literally owned the condo. My child would have had a bedroom over and above everybody else. Anybody would have got the makeshift room. It would have been, your boyfriend should be in your room, not upstairs with your daughter. The daughter should have been 13 years old, pre-adolescent, whatever, 10, 11, 12, needed her own private space.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. I see this question. Forrest has a question about, the updates, or a normal update wouldn't include going through a lot of menus. Because, no. On a cell phone or a tablet, anything like that, you get these updates, these random software updates, and you'll get a little message, like a pop-up notification on your lock screen or whatever, that'll say, "Oh, there's a software update available." You tap it, you open it, and you say, "Oh, I want to download and install it now," or you just kind of like
you can
delay
schedule it for later.
Schedule it for later. And so even when you are trying to do the software update, all you do is just tap it and it like downloads and installs. You don't have to do anything else. It doesn't ask you to do anything else. It recommends that you back up your phone before you apply a software update, but that's it. I mean, to factory reset your phone, you have to go into the settings and go into several different menus.
And then
They're
it'll ask
actually
you.
I was going to say, there are actually ways to reset just certain portions of your phone. Like you're having problems with your network or something. It's like, oh, just, reset network settings, or, this or that, just little small pieces, or just the whole factory reset. But what this fool, Stephan Sterns, didn't realize is that if you do a factory reset on something, if you wipe a hard drive, try and, do anything like that, it doesn't actually get rid of the data. To you, it appears that, okay, the phone is fresh, it's new, it's just like I bought it when it was out of the box. But I would say what people don't realize is, imagine, I guess, what, a car came to mind because they were talking about riding around in a car. Say you had a car that was like super junky, right? Car's the hard drive. The things in the car are the data, right? And you clean out your car and say, move all your junk to the trunk of the car, right? Inside of the car where you normally are, it looks clean and everything. It looks like it's brand new. That would be the equivalent of your factory reset. You think it's all empty, but guess what? Your junk is actually still over in the trunk. All it's done is it's been moved to a completely different section of the hard drive. So that's why he did 2 factory resets and they still were able to recover
And
his
I think,
images.
I think a lot of the photos he had backed up to his Google Drive. And so the factory reset was pointless on the phone anyway. He just didn't realize exactly that the Google account alone with all the backup photos was going to be enough. but you don't. You do not accidentally factory reset a phone. Dolphin's right. It's like
Yeah, no such thing.
you cannot. When you go to do an update, I tell mine to do it in the middle of the night when I'm sleeping, right?
Mhm.
And it does it, and I don't gotta do anything else. It tells me it's done, blah blah blah, like she said. And if I want to factory reset this phone, I've got to literally go into the settings and tell it to factory reset my phone. So this guy did it on purpose, and he did it twice, trying to be sure, and it still didn't work for him.
That's because I know the roommates wake up super early in the morning. They're going to be in the kitchen. They're going to wake her up if she's sleeping out in the living room. So I don't.
So your bedroom downstairs, her makeshift bedroom downstairs, guest bedroom upstairs?
Yes.
Got it.
Her phone was on her dresser. When I found it, I was like, oh my god, she's left her phone again. That's great. I brought it with me to the school because I was just going to yell at her and then just hand it to her so she could have something to do on our way home. 4:10 rolls around and she's still not out, or 4:09, and then at this point I'm feeling the pressure from the cars behind me. I'm like, okay, they're all full, they're all waiting for me to leave and she's not here yet. So I take off and I'm thinking, maybe I missed her, maybe I forgot to tell her I was picking her up from school today, because I don't know if she knew that I wasn't working. I don't know if she knew if I was off. So I asked, I don't know if I told her that I was going to get her. So I left thinking maybe she walked, that's pretty close to school. If I can't pick her up at school, that's where I tell her to I drove the path she would have walked. I didn't see her. I got to the office. And she goes, no, it's a little too early. And I said, okay, let me go drive back down, wait along the path she would walk, and just wait. And I parked and I waited. I waited, I'm not sure how long I waited. Maybe somewhere between 5 to 10 minutes. She still wasn't there, and I looked at the time and I'm like, okay, she should be back at my mom's office by now. Maybe she took a different path and I didn't see. So I went, no, she's still not here. And I'm like, that's really strange. So I call, I don't know if I text or I call. I think I text her. And I asked, hey, or I called her. I asked, and she said, no, she didn't make it to first or second period. And I said, what do you mean? She was dropped off close to the school. She should have been in school. She goes, no, she didn't make it to first, second period. I said, please check with the rest of your friends, see if she made it to any of her other periods. At some point in this, I emailed one of her teachers asking, actually emailed a few of her teachers and two of them responded. One of them said, no, she did not make it to class, and I checked her attendance for the rest of the day. She wasn't in school at all. Like, he sent me a screenshot of like her attendance and it said 0, 0, 0.
You still have that on the phone?
Yes.
Okay.
If you need to know what app, I'll tell you what app. It's a special school app.
Got it.
He said she was missing all day. And at this point, I start to panic and freak out because that can't be the case. She was dropped off. I had to go check her attendance at school, but the office had closed already. The lights were off. I could see a student sitting in there in the darkness, but I couldn't see any of the administrators or anybody in the office. Lights were off, everything was closed. They wouldn't allow me in. I think at this point the teacher had responded to me and told me she didn't make it to school at all. I start having like a freak out panic attack. And
are you still just you at this point? Is it you and Stephan?
It's me and my sister. And I want to say one of them is Catherine. I start panicking and I think at this point I call Stephan and I tell him, hey, because she didn't make it. She's absent today. There's no attendance of her at all today. Only right now. And he said, okay, I'll be there. And he came to the office. And there for like 3 hours, I think. Eventually I contact one of my friends whose husband works, or ex-husband works for OCP, or for you guys.
Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I messaged him and I talked to him and I asked him what I should be doing because you guys aren't responding quick enough.
Would you know his name? Where he works?
Yes. Nick Mann.
Okay.
Or Mahon. Not
Do you
sure.
know what he does here?
I think he works for SWAT.
Okay.
Sure.
Figure it out.
Yeah.
He tell you to wait?
I can't remember anymore. I think he let us know that there were other kids missing in the area, which is why you guys weren't responding quick enough. I think an 8 and a 9-year-old had gone missing around the same time too, in a playground. They forgot to tell. They didn't tell their mom they were going to the playground or something like that. So all the cops were over there on that side of Hunters Creek. My sister's boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, whatever he is, thought it would be a good idea to go to the park and talk to a cop there and see if he could bring a cop back, and that's what he did.
Okay.
And then at that point, that's when the cops started asking us questions, taking a report. Interviewing me. They interviewed Stephan. They asked Stephan to take them back to the location where he dropped them off, and he showed them wherever he dropped her off. They were looking for cameras along the path, and I don't think they found any cameras along the way to see if there was any video recordings. I think.
Did Stephan go with them in their patrol cars, or did he drive himself when they followed? How did that work?
I think he went with them in the patrol car.
Okay.
Then they came back, and then that's it. Everything was done. The cops were done. We were done.
What time? You remember what time that was on Monday?
It was after dark. Let's say 8 o'clock.
What did you guys go do after that?
We were in separate cars, me and Stephan.
Okay.
I ugly cried on the way home. I shouldn't have been driving. But I ugly cried on the way home, and I went straight home. And then the first thing I did was call Fox 35 News to see if we can air some missing children information out there.
When you say ugly cry, just overly emotional tears, makeup running, or is there what is your meaning of ugly crying?
Sobbing where I couldn't see the road, and I shouldn't have been driving, I was swerving.
Makes sense. Did Fox 35 come out to your house, or what was their response?
They responded the following day. I think we did a Zoom video interview.
Did Stephan follow you home?
I don't know if he followed me, but he drove home, yeah.
I mean, was it within a reasonable time of when you got there?
Yes.
Okay.
Drove home. We waited there. We didn't know what to do. I stayed up late. I think I called Fox 35. What else did I do? I think I had to eventually eat and take my medication. He told me he was going to go out cruising that night to go look for her. And I said, I even questioned that. I asked him, are you sure it's a good idea? You should probably sit tight. Let's just wait to see if she comes home. And he
said he was going to take a drive out. I had completely forgotten about him wanting to take the drive or that he actually did it. And it wasn't confirmed to me until the following day where agents came to the house and we sat in the car for a good amount of time, and I noticed the chair was adjusted. And I said, "Did you drive my car?" And he said, "Yeah, remember I said I was going out last night to..." That's right, you did say that.
Can he tell you where you looked?
I think he said up and down 192, and I said, "Why there?" And he's like, "I don't know, I'm just looking. I was just trying to look anywhere." And I'm just like, okay.
Did he say if he found anything or talked to anybody, or just roamed?
Yeah, roamed.
When you were getting ready for bed, you were tired, emotional. Were you falling asleep when he left, or were you already asleep when he left?
I was already asleep when he left.
Okay. Did you sleep downstairs?
Yeah.
In your bedroom? When you woke up, was he already awake, or was he still sleeping?
He was asleep in his bedroom upstairs.
The guest bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you take your medication that night?
I did.
What did you guys do Tuesday? Or just you? You guys, if you're not together, you're not together. What's the timeline on Tuesday?
Sorry, Dolphin, I'm back now. What was it again? I just saw.
Oh, sorry. This woman, I have just been typing because I didn't want to, interrupt, but
You're good.
yeah, the one right above. Yeah, because you said across the street. I said,
Oh,
oh, so
okay.
further away from the cameras.
Yeah, because that church had it, because it sat far back off the road. And so when this first happened, and they kept saying, well, or Jennifer was telling Fox News, well, they have her on camera at the church. And then the more it played out, it felt like to me the cops let her believe that, because they
Right.
showed that footage to her sister,
Mhm.
and her sister couldn't make out who it was. And then Stephan finally says, and I've got the clip somewhere, but as he's approaching the overpass, the school's on the other side, the Peace Church is on the left. He drops her off on the shoulder of the road on the right-hand side, the sidewalk at these neighborhoods, that's what he calls it. And I've even got the actual street where he dropped her. And then the female officer's like, "She's gonna walk that far?" He's like, "Well, it's like a block." But so he didn't even drop her off at the church parking lot like they originally stated. You know what I
Right.
mean? So we'll put together some more shows on this guy and bring out some of that video and review it for those who haven't seen it.
Tuesday, he slept. I woke up early and started making phone calls to like the National Hotline for Missing and Exploited Children. I called the number that the sheriff's office had given me to see if they had any information, and they let me know that she was like the what did she say she was? I don't remember what she said her position was, but she had just gotten into the office and was just starting to work on it, so she didn't have anything new for me. Her name was Bonnie Mitchell, I remember that. She asked me to send her some photos. The National Exploited Children's Hotline place asked me for photos as well. I think at this point,
did it take you forever, Jen, to find them in your phone and get them over there to them?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
remember, because for your child, if you miss your child's 13th birthday party, okay, say if I really had to work, I had no choice, my mom would have taken so many pictures, or one of my sisters, and sent me picture to picture to picture. They'd have been the first ones in my camera roll, or sent to me. When the cops asking her for a picture of Maddie at the
Oh,
interview,
yeah.
she stood there and had to go through the phone forever.
She
Remember?
scrolled for about 5 minutes, didn't she?
Yes. Yeah. Trying to find that picture of Maddie from the birthday. Like, how many other pictures did you get sent after you got sent the one of Maddie on her birthday? Good Lord, lady. You didn't even care enough to like save it, star it, make it your background. I mean, I don't know. But that was very odd that she scrolled and scrolled. Like Dolphin said, it was like 5 damn minutes. It seemed like she scrolled trying to find a current picture of her daughter, and then she found the one from the birthday party. It's insane.
I had asked my friends and family to start contacting news outlets to try to get as much attention on this as possible. I had a lot of phone calls coming in, and I was picking all of them up, hoping that any of them could help me. But
Yeah, apparently, Danger, this is some type of these are rooms that they have now at sheriff's departments that are not, that they don't want them to seem like interrogation cold rooms. You know how we saw Stefan was definitely in a cold interrogation room, but these rooms they set up for, like, I don't know why they brought her into this one. I guess to get her more comfortable and see what all she'd tell them, but they're mainly set up for victims. So when they come in there, it's a little more relaxing, a little more comfortable. But yeah, she don't deserve all that coziness, does she? She needed to be in there in the interrogation room.
You know what?
What?
Didn't she? So she just said too that she had her family call, the media and all this, and she's answering these phone calls. But I'm like, okay. And then her family also had to call 911.
Yeah.
Too. She didn't call 911.
Right. She sure didn't.
And wasn't on the phone either.
No. And then when she called Fox 59, little Hannah McKenzie, local girl from here in town, who left us, and I'm so sad because I want her back because she was really good at her job. She interviewed Jen, and I messaged her. I was like, girl, she's like, I know, right? And I was like, damn. She wouldn't give me any insider information. I tried.
Oh, boy.
News reporters or people who had seen my phone on my phone number on a flyer and was trying to give me suggestions. Somebody letting me know that they took flyers all the way to Orlando International Airport and posted them all over the place in case she was being trafficked. They suggested that I go to Amtrak and Greyhound. I had my sister making all these runs for me. I didn't leave the house to do any of this.
Stephan's still asleep?
Yeah.
Of course he was still sleeping. All them advance.
Reporters come to the house and do an interview. And at this point, Stephan was awake. I did an interview with them, and then Stephan was crying in the background, and I said, Stephan, do you want to do the interview? You can if you want. And he sat in front of the camera and did an interview where he cried.
Do you know which news outlet that was with? I know there's a video on Fox 35
with him sitting
to be on like a webcam.
Yeah, that was Zoom. He was sitting in the background for me. Okay. I know that one.
But you had in-person interviews with reporters?
Yes. I want to say it was Channel 9.
Okay.
We have that video too.
Yeah, Channel 9.
And he spoke to them?
Yes.
Okay.
And he ugly cried in front of the camera too, so he was fucking
hell, her ugly
fake sob crying.
Isn't all crying kind of ugly though?
I'm saying that now. I didn't think that at the time. At the time I thought he was truly heartbroken and not that he had done all this shit to her.
That's how she described it.
I look back at shit now and I'm just like, he was fucking lying. He was fucking faking. What else has he been lying to me about? I know he's like a master liar and manipulator because he's done it to his parents and he's told me and shown me the lie.
So she knew he was a liar and a manipulator, and he had been lying and manipulating his parents for forever, but she didn't think he was doing it to her?
Apparently not.
Apparently not. And like you said, she didn't know he was doing this shit to her. What a way to describe it, right?
Yeah.
I would have been ugly crying sitting on that couch. Lord.
Lies he's done to his parents. But I don't know why I never thought, not me.
The lies are about money, they're about where he's at, what he's doing, what's he...
Yeah, all that.
To his parents?
Yeah, he's stolen money from his parents. They used to have a few $1,000s hidden in like a closet for emergency fund kind of thing. And during COVID, he sold, like, he wanted RC cars. See, if he wants something, he's gonna get it, no matter what. So he wanted RC vehicles, their remote control cars, fancy ones. They were a few $100s, and I'm poor. I know I can't afford it, and he's showing up at home with these things. And I asked him, "Where are you getting the money from? Because we don't have this money." He goes, "Oh, my dad." And I said, "Your dad gave you money?" He goes, "No, I took some from his closet." And I was like they have an emergency stash? And he's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, he's gonna notice money's missing. And he's like, "No, he won't. It's so much money in there, he won't notice at all." I've confirmed with Chris later on that he did notice money, but he never asked his son. But I let him know, yeah, he was robbing you.
Okay, if my grown son gonna come into my house and steal some of my stash and I'm not gonna confront him, they were already a little intimidated by Mr. TBI, traumatic brain injury boy. I don't know why, because he would whine and cry until he got his way, because his mother spoiled the crap out of him. But you got to be highly suspicious because this guy, look, he was fascinated, like Dolphin mentioned. What was it? What are they called? Tamagotchis.
Tamagotchis.
Yes, he was into all of that stuff, childlike stuff. He was into games, you name it. That's all he did. He spent his days running around to the comic shops and getting this and that. Where were you getting the money? And the only reason I don't know if there was any, I feel like at this point, wouldn't there be some charges for what do you call it? The word left me, because when you're selling images and they're leaving, state lines and stuff, it's not just child pornography. It's you're trading in the CSAM industry. Was he doing that on Telegram, and can they just not figure it out because of the encryption codes within the app? Is that the only place he would have done it? Because I feel like if there was evidence that that was happening, we would see a charge for that, right?
Yeah. Quick question. Do you have the interview from, what was it? I think one of his friends from like high school or whatever was interviewed, and didn't he say that there was something kind of odd about Stefan's relationship with his mother?
Yes.
Yeah.
We do.
Nobody's mentioning that.
Yes. Oh, yes. He said that he's not going to say that there were things going on between Stefan and the mom, but the dad was apparently away a lot, business. Stefan would sleep with his mom. Stefan's mom always coddled him, and he grew up pretty well off. She had horses and things. His mom had horses. And so anytime their moms would, get together, he was kind of like forced to hang out with Stefan. There were a lot of, we're going to have to put all that together, Dolphin, for a show, because it's super interesting stuff. And then there's the other former roommate that caught him storing things on the home Wi-Fi cloud, that he had been taking photos of his girlfriend. And
I miss that part.
Yeah, he had confronted Stefan, and I think the dad actually asked him not to turn Stefan in and all this stuff. And I know when Stefan was I think it was 14, he stabbed a man on a sidewalk. He was walking with some other kids and some sort of confrontation, and so the guy said something. I don't really remember exactly how it happened, but Stefan, so I'll have to get all of that together, guys. Some of that's in my past streams, but I'll go through the stuff and put it together for one big show. Maybe we'll do a Salty Sunday, and because we can go for hours on there. And we'll be able to go through a lot of this stuff, because I do realize that some people are new to the case and may want to learn more about it, because this guy needs to go down. Florida, we're not playing. We got this new law in place for the CSAM charges. Although he is not charged the DP for that, he very well could have got it, but they knew it would be contested in Supreme Court because it's such a new law, and people are already pissed about that law, and which they shouldn't be, because it's CSAM. I mean, come on, these are children. Throw the book at these people.
Oh yeah.
So they're seeking the DP on the murder charge, but not the CSAM, although they could have. And I think The reason they didn't do it is because they don't want the dog fight, and this also, the CSAM going first gives probable cause for
Oh,
what
yeah.
happened to Maddie. You
Mhm.
know, exactly. So, but we do have a lot of interviews off into that we can put together, and even the ones that she spoke of with the news media. If you guys haven't seen the ones with the news media, oh my goodness, you think this is something? Wait till you see those. I will definitely have to put all that together for us.
And just buying himself toys. He's also lied. Most recently, he lied to his parents about where he would be. He told them he would be at his friend's house playing video or board games or something like that, but in reality, he came all the way to Kissimmee to hang out with us.
Okay. But you guys were together Wednesday? After all the interviews, did he stay Wednesday? Would you? I know
Yes.
we had some detectives go meet you guys Wednesday, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Were you guys in the house together until detectives came?
Yes.
What kind of happened after detectives came?
See, I feel like everything starts to get blurry.
Oh, I get it. Trust me, we've been in this office for like 3 days straight.
Yeah, so I just don't remember what day I had conversation with you guys.
Tuesday night, Orange County detectives came out there because I ended up coming out Tuesday night.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember seeing me or not that night.
Okay.
That was the first night we were at the apartment into the nighttime.
Yeah, is that when you guys shut down the house for forensics?
Yes.
Okay. So
Tell us about that.
Okay. So earlier that day, I think Detective Hunt came, or somebody came, and asked Stephan for his cell phone. If he would willingly give it up so that they can look at it, or if they would need a warrant. And I remember him saying, should I?
I don't know. The FBI would have come in if it was like, okay, see, right after Sterns got arrested, or was it right before? This guy we call Santa of St. Cloud, who didn't live far from where they lived, was absolutely busted by Homeland Security, FBI, the whole works. But he was literally trading CSAM across the country. And once you start doing that, that's what brings in Homeland Security and the FBI, crossing the state lines and getting it out there like that. And we all wondered, because the direction he was headed, taking Maddie, was direction toward that home in St. Cloud. Because it was after Stephan was arrested, because when the arrest happened and I went to look to see where this, we call him Santa of St. Cloud because he looks like Santa Claus. It was him and his son. His son was in his 50s. While the police were on the way to the home to serve warrants to arrest them both, the 50-something-year-old son unalived himself. They were actually literally having children come in from the neighborhood and filming them in their bathrooms, and nobody in the community had any idea this was going on. And so when I went to look up at that case, I noticed where he lived. I could see on the map where Maddie was found, and I was like, "Whoa! Is there a connection between Sterns and Santa of St. Cloud?" But apparently, as far as trading CSAM and different things, but nothing has come of that. So I think the only time the FBI would have gotten involved is if she had been an Amber Alert, kidnapping situation, that kind of thing. They don't just come in for a local missing child unless they suspect an abduction.
Should I have asked a warrant? Should I have? And I'm like, no, if you've got nothing to hide, give him your fucking phone. And I think we hung out in the house for a little bit, and then when you guys came in the evening and you guys told us to wait outside and we waited in my car, he started getting very anxious and very panicky, going, I want my phone back. I want my phone back. And I said, listen, at this point, it's their phone. It's theirs for fucking ever. I don't give a shit. We will buy you a new phone. It doesn't matter anymore. Whatever they need, they need. Like, let them look at it. And he's like, I just want my phone back. And I'm just like, are you trying to make yourself more suspicious? Because, like, if you were to go demand your phone back right now, that would look suspicious as fuck. Like, what are you doing? I'm thinking he's just getting impatient because he's bored and wants to play on his phone. And At one point, he takes my phone to start playing with it. I
Don't tease me, Dolphin. We'll never get out of here.
Girl, I just opened them.
Because we were looking this morning and I was going to show everybody the case summary
Me
when we got
too.
through this. Okay.
I saw
Oh,
Danger put something in Discord, and I was like, "Oh,
Danger.
let me put it on that. Let me look." And I was like, "Oh, they're up."
Good stuff?
I don't know. I just was opening them.
Oh, goodness. Okay. Hold on, y'all. We might. Okay. I got to get my shit together here.
Okay,
Let's
I
do.
will tell you. One document is while you're trying to pull them up. Order extending state's rebuttal expert deadline. The second document is order sealing exhibit S1 regarding state's motion to extend state's rebuttal expert disclosure deadline. And then the third one is order sealing exhibit S1 regarding state's response to defendant's 20-second supplemental request for discovery.
22nd.
Where's that list of exhibits? What was S1?
I've got it wrote down. I'd have to look. V, you're right. If it's trading CSAM, I'm sure they did look into it. But like we've mentioned, he had that app, in that Telegram app. If you look it up, it's encrypted and it's really hard. Dolphin, I do have all that wrote down. I thought somewhere. I got so many notes here. But after we wrap this show up, I may come back and do a late night show.
Okay.
Depends on, because I mean I'm feeling pretty decent right now, but I don't know how long Joe's will last, and I am going to mod for that later.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but after that, we may come back on and do a late night kind of longer Idaho show. Give us time to look at the documents and get all that together for you guys and see what's what. We're still waiting on those transcripts to come down as well from that closed hearing. So, all right.
give it up, and I said, "Here, play on my phone, have fun," because I think from my phone he was trying to log into his emails, but he couldn't because you needed like 2-factor authentication from your own phone.
V, they don't
And
hold
I'm
back
just like,
with her,
what are
I
you trying to
promise.
look at? And he's like, "Oh, my shipments, my packages." He's addicted to buying shit. That's another thing. Me and his dad couldn't figure out where Stephan was getting money from to buy stuff since he's been unemployed the last 2 months, but he's constantly buying himself packages, buying himself things off of Amazon, buying himself things off the line.
Is this stuff you can confirm, or you think he's doing?
See, all this talk about him having money and they didn't know where he was getting it's made these cops highly suspicious about what he was doing with those materials that he had on that phone of Maddie. So you can darn well bet they were looking into that aspect of it as well.
Doing this?
What?
Buying packages.
I can confirm because I am linked to his Amazon account, and his parents can confirm whatever UPS packages or whatever he's getting at home. But I'm linked to his Amazon account. If you guys have my phone, you'll see whatever shipment. I think most recently I did like birthday party. If you see birthday party stuff, that was me. But everything else.
My God, she ordered birthday party stuff.
He's constantly buying stuff and he doesn't have money. He keeps saying he's got money in his savings, but me and his dad call bullshit because he hasn't had. When he lived with us, he was struggling. His dad was helping him pay his bills, paying his rent, paying his gas, paying his insurance.
I was going to play my bullshit thing, but it might mess up our video.
Stephan was helping us, supporting us by buying food and all that stuff. But I don't know what he did with the rest of his money. And I don't know where he's getting money from now.
You were telling us that he was trying to log into his emails.
So he's trying to log into his emails on his phone. And I said, 2-factor authentication, you can't do anything. You're just going to have to wait till you get your phone back. What else? We waited in the car. I think at this point, when I noticed that forensics was locking down the house and you guys said we couldn't come back, I told him to call his dad. Because I had a feeling y'all knew something and it was going to come down on him. And I'm just like, they're focusing on the wrong person. They have the wrong person. In my head, I'm convinced you guys are just that you had the wrong person. I wanted to think that he was good.
Before we get ahead of that, what is the conversation like between you two when you're in the car? Because y'all were in there for a good while we were trying to figure things out at your apartment complex or your condo.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
they're accusing them of getting their story together.
Yep.
What's the conversation like inside that car?
Too long of a
I'm trying to
delay,
think
honey.
what exactly we were talking about. I know I remember late in the eve, like when you guys let us know we couldn't come back, and I called his dad, or we called his dad. I started saying to him, like, I think they're focusing in on you. Like, we need to call your dad, and I think we need to get you a lawyer. I feel like
We need to get you a lawyer.
Unreal.
I mean, right? If you feel like if the police are that suspicious, shouldn't you be at that point highly suspicious as well? I mean, I realized they were knowing things that she didn't know yet. Well, I can only assume she did. Is crazy driving around town. They knew about Maddie being in the car. They knew things, and they're just trying to. That's why she got part of that immunity deal, was because they told her they know for a fact she was lying. And in fact, they call her out on her bullshit straight up.
they're focusing on the wrong person. He kept saying the same thing. He kept repeating what I was repeating. That they're focusing on the wrong person. They're wasting time there.
How did he feel when you said he needs a lawyer?
He didn't believe me. Like, when I told him, like, don't you see forensics is closing down the house? They fucking know something, or there's something, like, they didn't have suspicions of something. But I wasn't thinking, I don't know why I wasn't thinking him. Like, I was just like, no, they've got the wrong guy.
Can you pause again?
Gotcha.
She said they fucking know something.
Mm-hmm.
And then she said, you know what she said about they wouldn't be locking down the house. They know something. That to me, again,
Telling.
shows that she knowledge.
Yeah. And she can sit there and try to say she didn't have any knowledge that something was going on with a child like that. But when you continue to send, no normal person's going to send their child up to bed with the grown ass man. And then, oh my God, they're looking at you now. We need to get you a lawyer. They got to know something. They're locking down the house, and then you still take up for the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And you still want his daddy to get him an attorney and all these things. It's crazy.
Like, I think she was supposed to stick to the story. They had a
Mhm.
rehearsed story. Every time she tells this story of what happened or whatever, she is like literally, it's like she's, hearing it in her head. And she
Yeah.
actually takes one hand and at some point, takes one hand and slams it on the other hand, like in the palm of her other hand, like, and this point, and she'll hit her hand, and this point, and this point. You have to watch this woman. She knows
Yes.
this, and she's like trying to make sure she says everything that she has to say with the same story that they rehearsed. And, God, this woman, can't wait to
know.
see her in a jail cell.
I know. I can't believe she hasn't been charged with anything. And if she did, if they agreed to give her immunity, why? What could she offer you besides just the truth, Jen? Tell us the truth. We'll give you immunity. What was that truth? You know what I
Mhm.
mean?
And, like,
Um,
she looks like she's going a little off script there, and it's like anytime she tries to ad lib, she, like, slips up and says things, like
yes,
yeah.
exactly. And they're it too.
Oh, I know.
And
The guy
you
on the left, he's been
Mhm.
tapping his foot, the one that's, like, dangling.
Yeah.
He's been shaking that foot the whole time. I know he just wants to jump across that coffee table
Mhm.
at her.
Because and even when they, do, follow-up interviews with her, that's calling her out on all her lies and her inconsistencies, I should say.
He just kept saying that they have the wrong guy, that they're focusing on the wrong person, and that we're wasting time, and we call his dad. We tell his dad to come down here, and his dad did come down here and met us at a hotel. That was another thing. I don't have that much money. I live off of disability. I couldn't afford to put us up on a hotel. Like when you guys said that we couldn't return, I was like, I didn't know where to go. I was trying to think if any family member would have a spare room or anything like that, and not that could take the three of us. When I say three of us, I mean him and the dog. And I know at my mom's house we wouldn't have been welcome. My mom does not like Stephan. She's never liked Stephan. So I knew that our only option was to go to a hotel, but I couldn't afford by Disney.
Okay.
Off of Western Way, and that's where we went. We got there pretty late. We checked in. I used the restroom, and I was getting ready for bed, or laying down in bed probably around 3:30, 3:45 in the morning, and I fell asleep. Stephan was already asleep at this point.
Did you go straight to sleep when you got in, or just kind of drifted off as you were falling asleep? Like you went to the bathroom and you go straight to bed?
He was already in bed before I went to the bathroom.
Okay.
I was on my phone for a little bit. He was laying in bed snoozing. I went to use the restroom. I was in the restroom for quite a while because I had like a terrible sub. When I came back out, he was asleep. At least I thought he was asleep. But
His dad stayed with you guys?
not in the hotel room. He stayed in a different room on the same floor.
Okay.
The following morning, I wake up, I think around 9 o'clock in the morning, and Stephan's not there. And I remember thinking, he left again without his phone and didn't tell anyone where he was going. That's suspicious as fuck again. Why is he trying to...
Well, we took his phone, so he got a new phone?
He didn't get the new phone until later that day, where his dad woke up, came to our hotel room, and then handed him a phone.
Okay.
And said, here, have this phone in the meantime until you get your old phone back.
Oh, so you're just saying he's out and about with no phone?
Yeah, he's out and about with no phone, so there's no way for us to contact him. There's no way for us to... I didn't know if he even knew how to get back to the hotel. Because I drove that night. He's a little oblivious to when it comes to directions. So I was just like, is he gonna even figure out how to get here? But he rolled in around 11:15. Rolled in with a cup of Wawa. And said, oh, I'm so sorry, I was just driving around. I grabbed some Wawa on 182 and got lost. I didn't know how to get back to the hotel.
Wawa is like a gas station, guys, in Florida. Everybody's like, everybody was, I mean, when that first, we just got our first Wawa, but I'm far, far away from their asses, thank God. But, everybody's like, what the hell's a Wawa? You know, what, you can't say water. You know, when I was a little kid, my mom would get upset with other women who talk. My mom never baby talked to us. It was water. Well, one of my aunts would ask her kids, you need some Wawa? My mom's like, it's water, you know? So when I heard that, I was like, what the hell? You know, is that? So yeah. Apparently her disabilities are her bipolar 1 or bipolar 2. I can't recall which one she has. She's got PTSD, she claims, from some stuff that happened in her past. She's got the anxiety. But you know what? A lot of us do. And we're fully functioning mothers who take absolute perfect care of our children and put them above and beyond any damn man on the face of the earth.
But I'm here now. And I'm just like, detectives are about to show up. What the fuck would have happened if they showed up and you weren't here? Like, you would have been a fugitive. Like, what are you doing? And he was just apologetic about not telling anyone where he went.
But you know, I mean, he had a Wawa cop and he said he was up at 192.
Yeah, but in reality, I know that he truly took my car in the middle of the night to Northport, Florida, and I was down there for an hour and came back. I didn't suspect that at all.
Okay.
I literally thought, I'm like, oh, this man, we were right next to like a Target. So I'm thinking, oh, he's probably like stretch shopping, just looking at stuff. He likes to browse. I was like, maybe he's in there somewhere. But I didn't have a car. I couldn't go out looking, right? And also, detectives were coming, so I didn't want to leave. Detectives eventually show up. We were in the... He went back to sleep and slept. I took a little snooze for a little bit that morning, and then I got up, and then I went downstairs to the lobby, and I saw Chris. And Chris asked if I wanted some lunch, so we went to the hotel bar and ate some lunch. We brought up some lunch back for Stephan, told him to eat a little bit. When he woke up, he took like 2 bites. Then detective showed up. He went downstairs. They let us know that there was a press conference happening, which we already had an idea was going to happen. And they told us they would give us a ride and escort us to the conference here, and that you guys would let us in the back way so that media wouldn't see us. But in reality, now I know that was just the interview, guys. Yeah, then we showed up here and got separated. Haven't heard from him since. Haven't spoken to him since.
Firefly, I know you're just getting the chance to come in. We did this little impromptu live because Sterns had a pretrial hearing this morning on the CSAM charges that was due to go to trial at the end of this month. Well, he waived his right to show up. Of course, got his way, didn't have to, and they postponed it until May 5th through the 21st will be the CSAM trial. And we did play the hearing, but it wasn't long at all. And then we just kind of started reviewing some of this. I won't be able to sit probably another half hour. I got some things to take care of, but we're here for right now.
Have no interest in speaking to him at all. Yeah, that was it then. Then we got interviewed.
What have you done since? Like, where did you go back to the hotel? Did you stay somewhere else?
No. So after the interview and all that stuff, Chris took me to my sister's house. I've been at my sister's house ever since.
Okay.
Yesterday I went out for a little bit to go to Target to try to take my mind off of things. I went to Target to go get myself a toothbrush and deodorant, things that I didn't have because I left the house so last second.
Wait, hold on a second. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Anytime.
This interview, she knows about the photos and everything, right? But she doesn't know. They haven't found Maddie by this time?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So she went to Target, to take her mind off of things. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, which things? The molestation or the murder? Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So her daughter's still missing, and she needed to take her mind off things.
The last thing I'm gonna do is go to Target to get my mind off my missing child.
Yeah.
I don't think that's like I wouldn't be able to get off the couch. I would actually literally be that one parent that just wouldn't sit still. I'm out there looking. I'm driving around. They're going to tell me to stay here, and yeah, maybe so in case she comes home, but it's going to be like that push and pull thing, right? Do I stay here and wait? Do I get in the car and go drive around? Is everybody, but Target?
I mean, how does she even have the presence of mind to even realize that, oh, I need a toothbrush? Like, I think that I wouldn't, I'd be sitting up there with bad breath and all. Like, I wouldn't
Yeah,
even, it wouldn't even occur to me, or whatever, because you would think that you
exactly.
would be out of your mind with worry, not like,
Yep.
oh, let me see what I need. They have a special going,
Right. Let me just go in here and waste some time while the police look for my daughter.
I also went to my ex-husband's wife's mom's house.
Ex-husband's wife's mom's house.
Yeah, his new wife's, like the ex-husband's new mother-in-law.
They
Yeah.
consoled me. They just kept me company. They made lunch.
Because Stephen, the ex-husband, and his family had literally just moved to Colorado before this happened, and when they found out Maddie was missing, they flew right back to Orlando to try to
Yeah.
help find her. Oops. Oh no, no, Swamp
Then I
City.
went back to my sister's house, and I've just been pretty much there ever since. Now, when I went to Target, I decided like, oh shit, I shouldn't be out in public. People could recognize me. It can either be good or bad, but people could tell me. I've already had people recognize me in my community, and dealing with Marie and how they feel is so heavy because like I just have to kind of stand there and take.
Oh, okay.
Girl.
Um.
I'm gonna let you get this one.
I could say so much right now, and okay. People mean well, lady. They want to help. They want to console, and all you're caring about is it's unnecessary because you don't care. So you're more concerned with, oh, they're going to come at me and they're heavy. What she actually also will say later that some of them started coming at her is like, why are you letting that guy around your daughter, right? Especially seeing the interviews that she did, people were not nice to her and that's why she ended up going into. That's what you do when you, even if you don't want them to do that, then they're done that, you accept it anyway. They only mean well. They don't mean anything by it. You shouldn't have took your ass to Target and out there in public.
Yeah,
And Firefly,
Target has
you're right. She
curbside
shouldn't have been
too.
driving. She already
She
said
didn't have to get out of the car.
she ugly cries and she's swerving and she couldn't stay on the road. But then she gonna run off to the Target, to get her mind off things. And then she's like, "Oh my God, I'm in public and maybe I shouldn't be." People, lady,
Their emotions and like, I don't know. It's so heavy. When I realized that these are the interactions I was having in public, I'm like, I need to stay home because I just can't. I can't carry anyone else's emotions right now. I have my own to deal with, like my own. I don't want my own mental health suffering right now, or for me to spiral and end up back being hospital.
Oh,
wouldn't her
my
mental
God.
health?
Shouldn't she already have been spiraling? I mean,
Thank
I'm
you.
just saying,
Thank you. What your daughter going
asking from the cheap seats, Like,
yeah. Your daughter being missing isn't making you spiral, but people coming up to you in public and offering their not condolences, but their well wishes, that's your problem? Lady, you're not an empath. You're not going to absorb their energy and take it on. Trust me on that one.
So when did you meet Steven or Stephan?
V, you're cracking me up.
I met Stephan in 2017. We both worked for Eco Homes, a real estate company. I did appointments, and he worked in the office doing like warranty work. We met as coworkers. We became really good friends. We were best friends for like a year. And then eventually I asked him if he wanted to hook up, and he said sure.
She asked him if he wanted to hook up. He never made a move on her because he just wasn't into full-grown women. What did? Oh my God. Hmm. Uh-oh.
And yeah.
You said 17, 18. Did you live in Orlando, Kissimmee? Where were you guys staying then?
Kissimmee.
And did you guys live together in 17?
He technically lived at his parents' house, but he was staying at my house all the time.
Okay. Same house you're in now or a different house?
Wait, I take it back. In 2017, he wasn't staying over my house. It started in 2018 when we started hooking up, and he started sleeping over my house.
Okay.
And what was your next question?
Was that in the current house you live in now?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you lived in that house?
They already had his phone and could tell how far back those images went why this line of questioning is so important.
On and off, because at one point we moved close to where his parents live right now. They live in Northport, Florida, Sarasota County. I lived in Port Charlotte, which is Charlotte County, the county right next door. We had an apartment there for like 6 to 8 months. We moved down there because, again, Stephan was promised a job and that fell through. So we supported ourselves in this tiny apartment for a little while until I ran out of funds.
You were in Port Charlotte in 2020.
I don't remember what month I moved in, but I remember moving out in November.
Of 2020?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was some... April, May.
That's fine. There's something we can look up if we need to later.
Yeah.
17. In 2017. So 2018. 6. Her body.
That's not me, guys. That's the audio on their end.
Oh, okay.
Let me see. I don't know what happened there. What the hell's going on? Why can't we hear them all of a sudden?
I don't remember. Did they redact anything? Like
Some of it was, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it might be part of that. I mean, because we can see they're moving. It's not like it's frozen.
It's not muted, is it?
Mm-mm. Nope.
A few years. It wasn't until like June
Danger
of last year that I can go upstairs to the guest bedroom upstairs because I just he's not a very clean guy. He's kind of a little hoarder and a collector. So just my house was always a mess and never the way that I wanted it to look. Or the clutter just gave me anxiety. So I asked him to move upstairs and he did.
She asked him to move upstairs because he's not a clean guy. Like, not take showers, hoarding stuff, being dirty. I saw pictures of your bedroom, Jen. If he's already moved upstairs, you weren't very clean neither.
Yep.
He lived upstairs until until December of last year. And then he moved to Northport, Florida with his parents. But they had promised him a job, but that fell through. So we were in the process of trying to get him to come back up here to get his job back at Disney and for him to move back into the house for a little bit.
What's with this wee mess?
I
They were
know.
broken up.
Exactly. And when he moved out in December was because his dad refused to continue to pay for him to live there. You get your ass back to Northport, I'll give you a job. And his dad did, but Stephan wouldn't he wouldn't work. And then now we are trying to get him back down here to get his Disney job back. And if you look at his Reddit, he didn't like his little Disney job. You got, he quit Disney or whatever it was. You got to wait 6 months. She's just so full of shit, you know. You go back to port, you get your job from dad, you get your shit together, you're a grown-ass man. Lordy. No, she back down there with her because, she needs that built-in babysitter.
Yeah, I was going to say
I'm not sure long term. I know temporarily I was willing to accept him back.
Was that something out of convenience for him or because you?
A little bit of both. We missed him.
We missed him.
And I wanted to help him out, like make it easy, like give him a place, like a base to start at, and then for him to start looking for something else afterwards on his own.
Well, shit, didn't he have that the whole time he was living there before? She was so far more concerned with his well-being and his needs because he fed her needs, which were dote on me, let me sleep, let me take my meds, you take care of my kid, I'm checked out. Oh my God.
But yeah.
You obviously relationship. Talk a lot. Is she a secretive teenager? What is like your kind of day to day with her?
I would have said a normal relationship. I asked, she would tell me. I didn't think she was hiding anything from me. I didn't think she was lying to me about anything, but obviously she had secrets.
I mean, the hindsight, all the stuff you found out over the past couple of days, we're taking that out of the picture, your relationship with her.
Okay.
Like not looking back saying, okay, I was being lied to. Like up until you found out some things that you've been told, you guys had an open communication relationship. You talk about
everything.
Life.
Yeah. If anything, she was a little bit more open with Stephan because she told him about a boy she had a crush on.
Okay.
And that his name was. And she described him. And Stephan's like, "Are you aware that she has a crush on a boy?" I said, "No." He's like, "Yeah." She told me his name that he's tall and that she likes his fluffy hair.
When was this? Do you remember when this conversation happened?
Within the last week sometime, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Like so we saw, so within a week of that Sunday. I'm not sure if if she had told him via phone chat. It must have been via phone, like phone convert, like we don't FaceTime, we Google Meet.
The Android
version of FaceTime, yeah. So we would Google Meet often. Sometimes when we get home from school, just talk all day, or sometimes not even talk all day. We would just bullshit. I would be doing my.
His mom said that when he was still in Northport, he would be on the phone with Jen the entire time on the Google face chat thingy or whatever.
Why?
That exact codependency. Yeah. I don't know. Mm-hmm.
I don't think you'd be doing. We're just keeping each other company on the phone. And I think in one of those conversations, she told him that she had a crush on a boy. But I checked those text messages with that boy, and nothing seemed weird either. So.
How did he? It could be new. She sees a guy at school. She thinks it's attractive. He shows her attention. She's young. How did he take it? Was he like? And I want you to think back before you know things you know now. Like, did he seem concerned about her? Did he seem excited for her? Like she's starting to, be a kid and have crushes and everything else? Like,
He seemed happy for her.
Okay.
He's like, yeah, did you hear this? This is super cute. And I was like, oh. I hadn't. She hadn't told me. And I wondered, I'm like, why didn't she tell me? Why did she tell him and not me? And like, I want to know who she got a crush on. But maybe it's because I told her she had a rule. She wasn't allowed to date for a few years.
Okay.
Until like, I think I had said 16 or something like that. But I didn't want her dating.
So then your relationship with her was open. Obviously, she's a child. She's not going to share everything.
Yeah.
With him, it seems like she has a very open relationship with him. They talk, they hang out. So it'd be okay with you if they went out and did things together? Outside, if you were at work or something. So the living situation with them, I'll be honest, seems weird. It's weird to me. She's got a bedroom downstairs. What's kind of the mindset or the thought process, the communication you've had with Stephan about, she's not going to sleep in her bed, but you guys are going to go sleep in the guest bedroom?
So originally the plan was that all three of us were going to sleep in my bed together.
And I'm not just saying Sunday, I mean like.
Oh, okay.
In the past, yes.
So I had a rule. She wasn't allowed to sleep in his bedroom at all. Like, no sleepovers, no nothing. For a very long time. For years.
Since we're pausing,
yeah.
What problem?
Me being super paranoid, not to trust anyone. For the longest life, even though he treated her well, I still looked at him on, like side eye, like making sure, like, is that normal? Is this okay? That looks normal. Okay. I wanted to make sure that nothing was happening and that I was missing something, but I was. But
Oh jeez, I doubt it.
Same.
He never requested. I'm sorry. Repeat the question then.
So I guess
she can't even answer the damn question.
You had a rule. Like obviously we know now they've slept in the same bedroom together and everything else. I'm sure you're questioning a lot of things that like you haven't been told or that are going on. The thought process of them sleeping in the same bedroom caused you to say that you had a rule for the longest time where they couldn't.
Yeah.
I have a son. He's a lot younger than her. He's 4. But I guess if I was dating somebody or had somebody over, I would never establish, and this is just me, a rule. He can't sleep in the bed with her, or she's not going to be. It wouldn't even be a thought process for me, so that's why I ask, because I wouldn't think of it even as an option.
Yeah.
So when you say you had a rule, I guess I'm asking what prompted the rule?
Sleepovers before. Yeah. Late, you want to watch movies and eat snacks. Can we do that? I'm like, no. We can all watch movies down here together. We can all sleep down here together.
She's such a liar. She's doped up by that time of night.
Yep.
Up until June.
Oh God.
She had to eat her good meal and get them meds and go to bed.
She would sleep in the middle. I would sleep on this side. He would sleep on the other side. It wasn't until June that he got his own bedroom and I sent him upstairs. That's where the requests for sleepovers started.
Okay.
And I kept telling her no. I'm not comfortable with that. I'm not comfortable with that. But eventually, at some point, like we really want to watch. I forgot what movie it was. They really wanted to watch something, and I was really tired. And I said, okay, fine. Go ahead, but this can't happen often.
Jesus. What's wrong with the living room? Put him in there.
Yeah, I allowed her to go upstairs and sleep with him. But honestly, I think I can count on one hand how many times that's happened, and it hasn't been many times that I've allowed her to have a slumber party with him, to be alone in a bed with him.
Who allows their child a slumber party party with a grown man. Nobody.
I don't know. This
Nobody
fool.
in their right mind. Nobody in their right mind, Jen's gonna be like that. It would never have crossed my mind if a man approached me and said, "Hey, I want to slumber with your kid." I'm gonna, dude, you fixing to get it.
Mm-hmm.
And you better not ever come back near me or my child again. You talk with that crazy talk. Get your butt in the living room, take on the makeshift bedroom, give Maddie room number 4 all to herself, make a real living room, and y'all sit in there as a family and watch the movies and have snacks.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
I'm usually around all the time. Up until 2 weeks ago, you know, I was pretty much at home all the time living on disability. If I wasn't at home, just, you know, I was substitute teaching, but I was substitute teaching primarily at her school or at the school close by, but I'd make sure I'd get out
For
around
2
the
weeks.
same time, and I'd get out in time to pick her up and take her. So she was with me pretty much all the time if she wasn't at school. So yeah, after...
When he's not there, where does she sleep?
With me.
She never sleeps in her room?
No, always with me.
Quickly, do you know, and you may hate the question, but do you have any idea? We currently have upwards of probably 200 people working on finding. Right, the Orange County Sheriff's Office is involved, the Kissimmee Police Department's involved, enforcement, FBI, yes, under suspicious circumstances. So anybody who is somebody is involved.
Yeah.
So regardless of the circumstances, those people don't get to go home, those people don't get to go back to their families, those people don't get to live their lives and go back to their primary jobs. I know the sheriff has probably expressed to you that's his #1 priority. I'm sure the Kissimmee Police Department's expressed that to you, our detectives. This isn't something that's going to stop or go away.
Yeah.
Right? Anybody who knows something, anybody who may know something, will be brought into a room, who will be talked to, whether they're guilty, whether they're innocent. Because our #1 priority, our jobs have kind of stopped on any other things we have going on until it's fine, because that's the most important thing anybody has going on right now. But with that, a lot of people are going to feel that whatever happened, I can tell you, and I know detectives expressed to you that the thought, based on the videos I've seen, I do believe. With that being said, and the reason I tell you that, not to be an asshole, is because the thought process with us leads it in a different investigation, a different way. Meaning, whatever has already happened, right? We cannot change what happened most likely on Monday. We cannot change the fact that I believe Stephan killed her, right? All we can do now is find her as quickly as possible. On the 2% chance we're wrong and that she is alive, that's phenomenal, right? That's the best thing that could happen. On the chance that we are 100% correct and she has passed away, finding her now versus later will bring closure to your family, will bring closer to everybody, regardless of how it happened or why it happened. Meaning, if you have an inclination, if you know where she's at, if his father knows, that doesn't mean those people get held accountable for what he did. It doesn't mean those people get held accountable for knowing what he did. It means we close out the investigation. You know what I mean? So a lot of times we go into rooms like this and we ask people questions. We say, hey, do you know what happened? Do you know what happened? And there's this fear of what happened already happened. I can't change that, so I'm not going to insert myself with. At this point, I murdered her, right? He victimized her. He ruined her entire life from childhood until now. I think that there's probably some sense of guilt. And my fear is that sense of guilt is causing you to not want to assist in the location of her, not because you're a bad person, but because there's that sense of guilt that what was happening under your roof, and now, by her being found, brings that all to your plate, and it doesn't.
Oh no. If I knew anything, I would so tell you. I want to even if she's dead, because you guys tell me you're suspicious, but I'm not going to believe it until I have her body.
So there are things, and the reason I say these things, and again, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but the reason I say these things is there's been a lot of things you've said, and a lot of things I've kind of researched. A lot of things have changed. The initial statement to the police was you watched her get dressed, you watched her leave, you knew exactly what she was wearing.
Can I tell you
Absolutely.
my thought process on that, or where I came from with that? I was handed this form, and I'm like, where do I start? What do I write? And somebody said, tell them what you saw. And so I started with I saw. And then I wrote out what I wrote out. But it wasn't until later I was like, wait, I didn't see her. I assumed that I saw her. I assumed that I heard her. But I didn't. In reality, I didn't see her. I only saw him. And I heard something in the kitchen, but I don't know who that was.
Which we've talked about today. But I guess there's other concerns. Right? Mm-hmm. You were nervous. The police have showed you their hand. They said, Stephan, we want your phone. Stephan, we want to talk to you. We're going to lock down your room. I don't care if it's the love of my life sitting next to me. I don't care if it's maternal grandma. If the police come and take my mom's phone and my son's disappearance, I'm not going to offer my mom a lawyer. That's nuts to me. That to me shows you prioritizing Stephan. Because at that point you became more worried about him being falsely accused than any. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Whether or not that's what you felt, does that make sense? Mm-hmm. People having lawyers is their constitutional right. That is a thing that everybody is afforded. But for somebody who's going through what you are going through, to offer him a lawyer leads me to believe that there may have been a conversation, there may have been knowledge, or there may have been some inclination that you had, whether it be his involvement, her location, or something to where in your mind there's guilt.
I promise you,
because you offering him a lawyer is very weird.
I know. That was still me under the assumption that I think at one point you guys interviewed me, and when you guys showed me the picture of her, I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her. I'm like, no, what if he did this stuff fine, but what if she's still missing out?
Have you ever heard of victims' parents say something like that?
No.
Oh, God.
No. A lot of the things this woman comes up with are very strange. That's why I feel like a big part of me as a mother wondered, did she ever bond with that baby?
I don't think so.
Because, right, it's a real thing. If you mothers, you're bonding, whether you're bottle feeding, breastfeeding, I don't care. That baby's looking dead at you and you're looking at it, and you're bonding during that process. And when you're holding them, consoling them, rocking them, whatever, taking care of them, you're bonding with that baby. I don't think Jen ever really bonded with Maddie in that way. And therefore, Addie got a little older, her disconnect came, even before she was 6 years old. Because of course, ex-husband, Jen would check out on Maddie as a little child.
Mm-hmm.
She's too much. I need my sleep. Bah, 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 bah. No, I've never heard any mother act like this one.
I believe, what did she say? I believe the sexual stuff. Yeah, that's what she called it. But I didn't want to believe that he did anything evil to her.
Yes.
That's what she said, basically.
Yep. She believes the sexual stuff occurred, but she didn't want to believe he did anything
So
evil
she
like
has a
evil.
line. Okay. So
Yeah, yeah,
this
yeah,
6 years of this,
yeah,
it
and then
is
she
what it
didn't want it
is.
to be a Woody Allen,
Murder.
Woody Allen
Yeah.
situation. Don't run off with my daughter later. Why would you even say that? I don't want this to be a Woody Allen situation.
Right.
If you weren't there, something was going on.
Right.
If you thought your teenage daughter had a crush on your boyfriend, get him as far away from you as her as you can, and have talks with your daughter. You know, or if you notice he's a little too touchy feely over there with your daughter, it's time for you to go, dude. This is why covering this story in the beginning, I was really hoping that a lot of women and men, the takeaway would be to watch the red flags. Now, I can't change people's personalities and say, don't do what she's doing, but pay attention. Don't ignore those red flags because you need someone in your life at all times. And let's just be honest, there are people out there who are like that. I'm not that woman, so it's hard for me to understand it. But I know women like that. I don't have a man. I need to get one real quick. Whatever it takes to keep him, I'm doing it.
Oh God. But you know what? Another thing too. You just said her teenager. Blah blah blah. This child was not a teen for more than what, a few days. She wasn't even a teenager for a week. All this other stuff happened
Like
before
she was
she
a
was even in her
preteen.
teens.
They have Maddie was probably 6.5, 7 years old.
Hmm.
And that is a video image they found of him
Was that in
on
the
the
pool?
phone. No, it was apparently they were sitting on a couch and he had a game pulled up on his phone and she
Oh
wanted to
yeah.
play the game. And he tells her, well, you can play the game if you do this to me. And she does it. And she was at least 6.5, 7 years old at the time.
Mm.
And that's all on that damn phone. Sick bastard.
Mm-hmm.
Out there, what if
While this is playing, I got to step away for 1 minute and check on the kiddo, but I'll be right back.
somebody took her? I still wanted to believe I believed him. I believed his whole story. So I was just like, I kept repeating that part. I'm just like, what if she did get dropped off? What if she got abducted? What if she's missing? But that was me assuming that you guys had the wrong guy. I wanted to think he was a good guy still, but clearly he's not. After everything you guys have told me and have shown me, I know he's the worst person on this face of the earth.
You know
right
that
now.
now. We know he's a piece of shit now.
You know.
But you didn't know that then.
I didn't.
Then you offered a guy who the police suspected of kidnapping, abducting, assisting the disappearance. Offered him a lawyer. And then we don't have to roundtable that. You went back to what you just said is the sex stuff is fine.
It's not fine.
Hold on. I know every relationship is different, and I know everybody's family is different. I won't ask, but going back on, has he expressed interest in? I'll use the word weird. I'm not going to shame anybody for what they like. Different sexual pleasures, different sexual experiences, different kinks that involve things you weren't comfortable with.
The only thing he's ever expressed to me was like anal.
Okay.
He had an anal kink and like butts.
Okay.
But that was something I was never comfortable with or doing, and I let him know that. Like that's not something.
It's fine. You guys slept in the same bed together. Stephen was a big portion of your life at one point. Stephan was a big portion of your life at one point. And this is not me coming at you as a person or a bad person, because shit happens in the past. In the past, the past. We can't change the past. Has he ever expressed to you? Never. Has he ever made these statements about made you feel different?
No.
Okay. When you guys slept in the same bed together, in the middle, did you ever wake up and find them cuddling? Did you ever wake up and find them closer than you thought they should be?
They would snuggle, yeah.
Okay.
But we all snuggle. I didn't think that was that problem.
So if you guys are sleeping in the same bed and she's in the center, you've woken up and they're snuggling, they're under the same blanket, they're not under the same blanket?
No.
But just like
she's got her own blanket.
Screaming for what? What is snuggling to you? Because to me, snuggling, spooning, big spoon, little spoon.
He would lay down like this, and she would be right here in in the nook.
Okay. How do you guys sleep? You guys sleep clothed, unclothed? I sleep clothed.
Yeah.
Shirt, pants, pajama sets.
Yes.
Everybody.
I sleep in like my everyday clothes.
Okay.
On pajamas or baggy t-shirts and shorts.
Okay.
And Stephan would sleep with his t-shirt or boxers, sometimes with his pants on, but he didn't have pajamas.
Okay, so they would snuggle, sometimes him being in his boxers. You would wake up and she'd be in the nook of his arm, essentially in a cuddling position. And you never found that weird?
No.
And I don't want you to look back on it, because now you know you victimized her for a long time, right? Under your roof. With you home, most likely, because you said you're always home. You just got this job, you've been living off disability. I know the Kissimmee Police Department has showed you pictures. I know they've verbally explained to you some pictures. I can tell you that today, they're still downloading his Google Drives. We are still going through his social medias, his cloud-based servers, and everything else. And we can now piece back her victimization in your house under your care to 2020. I believe we've gone as far back as in when she... So when I ask, they've woken up cuddling, did you find things suspicious? Did you have an open relationship? Did he talk to you? Has he made inappropriate statements? It's almost like cheating, right? Like, have you ever been cheated on? Okay. Somebody can only cheat on somebody for so long until they fuck up, or until something comes out, or somebody says something, right? So we go back to 2020, we're looking at a minimum of 3.5 years. 3.5 years where I'm sure you guys are sexually active. You guys... Yes. So for 3.5 years under your care in your house, not only was he being sexually active with you, he had a sexual relationship. And I know it's an emotional thing, and I know it sucks to hear, but where I'm coming from is it seems like something that you can't hide forever. You guys live in a small space, close quarters, you sleep in the same bed, you guys all talk, you guys all share things, you're an observant person for the most part, I assume. Outside of taking medications and going to sleep, it seems very difficult. A lot of grown-ass adults can't hide an affair with somebody who doesn't live with them, let alone somebody who does live with them. So at a certain point, I do believe you became aware of what was going on.
No.
And when I say that, it doesn't mean you're in trouble. It doesn't change.
I know, but
I do believe that a reasonable person, and I consider you a reasonable person, right? Do you think you're a reasonable person?
Yes.
Would be aware that under her roof, sexual relation. The videos, the text messages, the images, they are all documented forever. This has been an ongoing thing. And at her age, I think she probably thought they were in a relationship. She probably thought they were in love because he her male attention, right? She just started liking boys, right? She just got a crush. Up until then, her crush at the same time, you guys are sleeping in the same bed together. You guys are all cohabitating. She's not sleeping in her room. But you felt the need to establish a rule that they couldn't sleep in the same room. But when you established that rule, for 3 years, she's already been dating him, essentially. Whether that's legal or not.
I had no idea.
So I truthfully believe, and this is my belief, I'm not speaking for other detectives, I'm not speaking for the sheriff's office, the state police department, or any other agency I've said. This is Kevin's belief. I believe that you became aware of their sexual relationship. I think at a certain point throughout this relationship, you became aware of it. And for whatever reason, your reasons are your reasons, whether it was discussed that it would stop, whether it was discussed how it would go, that you feel some sense of guilt. A lot of the news statements you've given kind of, again, my opinion only, I don't speak for anybody else, whether it's in this room or out of this room, bother me. It seems like some of your emotion, up until this room, I think some of the emotion in this room is sincere. I think a lot, but when you talk to the news, when you talk to deputies, it feels, based on my experience in this job, that it's not sincere. I feel like some of your sadness is not real sadness. I feel like when you gave the interview with Fox 35, it was not sincere. Looking at that video one time, I didn't feel like your cries were sincere. And I'm not saying that because you're a bad person. I feel like sometimes people struggle to show real emotion when they're aware of what the truth is. So it has to be fake. This is demise for the past, let's say, 5 years, right? But her going missing, her disappearance, if you have knowledge of how it happened, where it happened, an inclination, that emotion's not going to feel sincere because you're already aware of what happened.
I would.
It's almost becomes a lie at that point.
If I knew anything, I promise you, I would tell you. Like, I am willing to take a lie detector test, whatever the fuck you want, but I don't know. I tried watching her like a hawk. I thought I was doing a good job, but I wasn't. I was oblivious to everything. 4 years?
Minimum. That's just how that far back the cloud goes. And I find it hard to believe for me that you were so worried about how many pills she took at night, but not where she slept or what relationship she was.
Oh.
His interest in her.
I thought we were all safe. I thought because in that he hadn't shown me anything so far, like everything seems fine. Like he seemed like he treated her like
he treats you. In his mind.
It's so fucking disgusting.
So now
she
he's
needs
in
her
jail
meds now.
because of what we found on his phone. Not because somebody came forward and reported that he was abused.
No, I know.
She's not old enough to consent. She's not old enough to have a thought process to even want anything that was happening to her. It's abuse. So he's in jail for that. But something caused what, right? We searched murder because we can call it a murder. She didn't die naturally. She didn't overdose. She didn't have a heart attack. We circled murder on Monday. Something had to cause that. He's been having unrestricted sexual activity for a long time. He's getting what he wants from her, probably from you, and who knows whoever else, right? So it's not like he woke up or went to bed Sunday and he was like, you know what? I'm done with this, but I'm going to kill her. Something happened. People don't just wake up and like, you know what? They leave people, they break up with people, but usually things cause people to snap. Now what, you know what? And I'm in trouble, or I feel like I'm going to, or him being out, we can go even worse. She's pregnant.
That's what questions last night led me to believe when we started talking about her period.
I was told that her and her friend, and granted, I'm male, never had a period, but that somebody found it weird that they were no longer on the same cycle. Could be different because she's a teenage girl. Could be that she missed her period. Have you ever found a pregnancy test at home that wasn't yours?
I have 2 underneath the bathroom sink, but I haven't seen if they're still there or not.
Okay. But you haven't seen any used ones in the trash?
No.
Their relationship hasn't changed?
No.
Okay. So what do you think happened Sunday? Other than him killing her, what do you think made him snap?
theories. I keep hearing
Tell me your theories, because here's the deal. We don't go home until she's found.
No, I know.
I have a theory. Was it you, Jen? Did you snap?
What if she upset him and threatened to tell
I'm dead
me
ass serious.
and say that she was going to tell me, and
I wouldn't put it past her
to shut that down?
Me either.
That's the only thing.
What do you think?
I don't want to believe he killed her. But from what you guys are telling me, he must have killed her Sunday night and snuck her body out in the morning. That photo you guys showed me of her slept in the car.
You don't want to believe he killed her.
I want to believe she's still alive and that she got kidnapped, but that doesn't seem like that's the case at all.
Yeah.
I know. My brain just wants to believe something else. I just want to believe she's still alive. She's out there. So normal that day. He was like, I'm so impressed. We got out of the house so early. Like she made great time. We had so much time to go to McDonald's, but she didn't want to. His story was so fun. Like every detail was so believable. He's just been lying this whole time. Like
What about that day in the car when you offered him a lawyer? Did he disclose anything to you there that made you feel like, oh fuck, he needs a lawyer?
No. He kept acting like he didn't know what was happening, and I'm like, don't you see forensics? Don't you see they took your phone? Like, something's happening. Like, I think they're gonna pin this on you. And I'm like, in my head, I'm going, they have the wrong guy. Like, they're just honing in on the last person who saw her. But no, you guys knew more.
You never said, what did you do?
I've never asked him any of that. I still, even up until when we got here to the police station, I was convinced that he hadn't done anything to her at all.
Because of him or because of not wanting to believe she's deceased?
Because of him. Because I thought he was a good guy.
So up until this morning, you still think that it's not?
No.
You're talking about the other day?
Up until
when we took him?
Yes.
Okay.
I forgot what day of the week that was.
So we're still going through his phone, his drives, like I told you, all his socials. We can date back to 2020. Based on the videos, it appears that was the start of the victimization. Okay, are we going to find anything in his phone with you?
No. We've never done anything. We've never done anything.
Has there ever been a request for the two of you to participate in sexual activity with him?
No.
Regardless of you saying no or yes?
No, he's never asked that.
Okay. If we find pictures like that, is that going to surprise you? Like if I'm in his Google Drive, if I have a sex crimes detective, a computer person look at his phone, and they tell me, hey Kevin, I found a picture engaged in sexual activity or borderline sexual activity, is that going to surprise you?
Yes, because that doesn't exist.
Okay. At any time during the course of your relationship, has he expressed that he has ever had sex with a child?
No. Not a child, but when he told me when he was in high school, he graduated high school like later, like older than 18.
Okay.
He dated somebody younger than 18. I think she was 15. But I don't know how old he was, 19, 20. But he was an older kid in high school. He graduated late. But he had a really young girlfriend. Her name was Kendall. And I thought that
we
was
have
weird.
interviews
That's a
with
little
Kendall
too young.
somewhere.
He goes, no, it's fine. We were in high school. Everything was normal. Her parents loved me. Blah, 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 blah. but that's the only one.
Have you ever gone through his phone? Okay. If you had to, knowing Stephan, knowing where he lives, knowing where he goes, how he conducts his life, give me your top 5. Because I know you've had to have thought about it. If you haven't thought about it, that's another weird thing I got. Since Monday, right? We told you on Wednesday that we think he did it.
Yeah.
So from Wednesday till today, it's about 48 hours. Give me your top 5 places you think are possibilities based on knowing him, based on knowing his path of travel. Where do you think, it doesn't have to be based on evidence, just in your gut, give me your top 5 places where you think he could.
In this area?
Doesn't have to be this area.
No, I know.
Anywhere you want.
I'm saying, in this area, I have no idea. Orlando, Kissimmee, no idea where he could have taken her. But his trip to Northport is weird as fuck. I feel like in Northport, he knows more people. He has more friends. There could be a place, and somewhere there he could have stashed her. You guys said that would be another place to look, but there's plenty of woods around his house. Around that exit is kind of secluded. Like,
When you say his house, you mean his parents' house?
His parents' house, yeah.
You've been there? Have you seen the property?
Yeah, I've been there before.
Do they have land? Or is it in like a neighborhood?
So, it's not a neighborhood because they don't have HOA. You just buy the plot of land and build it. They don't have many neighbors.
Okay.
Or last I saw, I think there was a neighbor building right next door, but I don't know if they're done yet.
Yeah, Danger, I'm sorry, Joe, there was that interview with the ex-girlfriend that briefly dated him that he knew at Disney, and he actually told that girl that he slept in the same bed with Maddie, and that if he rolled over, he would become aroused, and she didn't find that cute at all, and she broke it off with him, and she said that after that, he still continued to, like, look at her funny and made her feel some kind of way. Yeah, crazy stuff, man.
I just feel like he had more, there would have been more spots. More from what you guys have told me, he went to St. Cloud, he went to 192. Could you guys tell where he turned on on any of these roads? It's just that he was on the main road? I didn't think he ever, like, even knew where St. Cloud was because we've never driven down that way ever.
You live in Kissimmee, right?
Yeah, I know, but to me, he's never had a reason to ever drive down to St. Cloud. Like, ever. There's no store or anything he goes to down there. Everything is in Kissimmee or Orlando by the mall.
Florida Mall?
Yeah.
Orlando Mall?
Yeah, Florida. I sent the last detective like 3 spots. I could have recalled him telling me he wanted to visit. Monday, when he left the house in the afternoon and got the flat tire, he had mentioned a few of those shops, so I sent them over to you guys. But there's honestly nowhere I can think of. We've never gone to, the only wooded area that we've ever gone together would be Shingle Creek Regional Park, where the Pioneer Village is. We had scooters, and he had like a electric skateboard kind of thing. We would all cruise. We would all cruise the creek, explore. We've taken a canoe up that creek before. Then the Kissimmee Trail. There's a trail that runs right behind my house that starts right behind my house and goes all the way to that bridge on John Young Parkway that says Kissimmee on it. That whole trail, we've done that as well. That's the only places I could think that like he may have gone, because that's where I know I've gone with him before. But anywhere else, I have no idea.
So our ERT team, it's called Emergency Response Team. It's just a group of people who search areas. Doesn't have to be wooded, can be wooded, can be swampy. They've been out for 3 days. They're gonna be out all weekend. They will eventually, whether it's today, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's in 2026, okay? I don't think you want that to take too long. Right, I'm sure you'd like to have a funeral. I'm sure you'd like to have some kind of memorial service. The last thing you want is for us to call you in a year and say, hey, we found remains. We don't know. Okay? That may not be something you thought about till just now, but I can tell you, being someone who investigates homicide, that is something that everybody has to come think about eventually. If you can think of anything that would assist us in making that happen for you today versus 2 years from now, regardless of why you know or how you know, we need it.
No, I know. If I knew anything, I would tell you right now. I promise. I want her back so bad.
What has your communication been like with his father since this?
I've limited contact over the last 2 days because I know too much and I don't want to tell them anything.
You don't want to tell them what we've told you, or you don't want to tell them what you know?
No, I don't want to tell them what you guys have told me. I don't want to share any. It's so difficult because I've known them for just as long as I've known Blue shit right now. I know that they kind of got into a fight because Chris started, are you sure we know our son? Are you sure we know our son? I don't think we know him at all. The mom was defending him, but now with everything, with the evidence on the phone coming out, they know. They know he's a piece of shit.
We've talked to his dad, and his dad knows as much as you know. He knows his son's a rapist. He knows his son's a murderer. He's talked to us. He's been very open with wanting to help in any way he can, whether that's technological, whether that's verbal.
Yeah, he even had, I was with him when he turned in his knife to you guys. He remembered he had a knife on him and gave it to you guys. I thought that was...
Have you talked to Chris about Stephan needing a lawyer?
Yeah.
When?
I think when you guys showed me the photos.
So we showed you photos of Stephan raping. And
No.
the first thought you had was to ask his father if you should get a lawyer?
No. I saw a picture. I didn't see the rape. I didn't know she was getting raped until yesterday. I saw the picture of the oral sex happening. And I
Oh my
knew
God.
that was true, right? That's evidence. That's for real. That's fucking happening. But I kept thinking, they're going. I don't know why I can't tell you why my brain kept thinking, no, he didn't kill her. Not that he didn't kill her, but she's still missing. She's still out there. She was taken. Yes, he's done this to her, and that's not okay. But I swore she was still, I felt in my body she was still alive. She was still out there. I told Chris to get him a lawyer because I felt like you guys were chasing the wrong person. But you weren't. You're not.
You a picture of the picture you saw. She was giving a blowjob to a lawyer.
Yep.
Missing, right? Now you. But then you just thought she was missing, and we were showing you our investigative lead being raped. A blowjob is rape. Not consensual. Whether she wants to do it or not, that is not consensual.
The fact that he
And
has to
you
even explain this
prioritized him again.
what gets me.
I know. You know, I mean, yeah, I saw the picture of her doing that stuff, but
I didn't think he would have murdered her. You know,
harmed her. Bitch, he was harming her.
Yeah.
And your first thought is we need to get him a lawyer. And Chris, by the way, people, is Stephan's dad. And for those who just joined, like Joe, we did an impromptu live because he had a status hearing this morning, and his little CSAM charges have been the trial won't start at the end of the month. It's going to actually start now May 5th through the 21st. The next pretrial on April 23rd. So that we showed that little hearing, and he waived his right to be at the hearing and got his way with that. So we started with that, and then we kind of moved into this. And when this is over, I will be wrapping it up because I'm doing dinner and preparing for Joe's show night as well. So, but that's what we were doing here, guys. We were reviewing. If you want to go back and review the hearing from the beginning, you can, but there's not much to it.
You prioritized him by offering him or telling his dad to get him a lawyer. Not, what the fuck did he do? Not, hey, we need to figure out what happened. No, let's protect Stephan.
I was in shock.
No, that's not shock. That is your natural instinct to protect Stephan. Okay? And if that's naturally how you react, that's fine. But that goes into what I've been telling you this whole conversation is I don't believe a lot of the things you're saying, and I don't believe a lot of the things you say you weren't aware of. And that is because you've now shown me twice that your first reaction, no matter what you were told or shown, missing and we're seizing the cell phone, or we're showing you pictures of her giving him a blowjob, your first reaction is to protect Stephan. So now, murdered by Stephan, you're aware of this, you were shown pictures of this, you were shown pictures of her body in his car with a seatbelt on, right? We have played it out for you. Now you're in a stage where he's in jail, you know she's passed away, and now you can feel emotion, right? Up until that point, when you were shown that she was deceased, your continued first reaction is to protect this guy. You just said, I only saw a picture of him, whatever your verbiage was, I say blowjob, of his penis in her mouth, and your first reaction was, fuck. Oh my, victimized? No. She's being abused? No. It's Stephan needs a lawyer. Who the fuck cares if we think he killed her? He's
I don't know why I said that.
But that's the problem. You don't know why. So the reaction in your mind is you are continuously protecting this guy. So why do I sit here and believe that you don't? Because right now you know Stephan killed her. You know Stephan's been raping her. You know without her body, can he be charged with murder?
I don't know.
Exactly. So you don't know what we can do. Do I think we can charge him with murder? It's not up to me. Should he be charged with murder? Yes.
Please.
Does your role in her life lead this to happen? I'll be honest. Yes.
I know.
Since she was a child, since her victimization started, it occurred under your roof and you acted like it didn't exist. And knowing the victimization, knowing how ongoing it is, knowing that you saw a picture of it, not just us telling you, not me and him saying, hey, listen, he's being, I think they had a bad relationship. They showed you a fucking picture of it, and you still protected him. So how am I supposed to not think that the thought process in your mind is until she's found, Stephan can't be charged with murder? Because we both now know that you don't want him to be charged with murder because you want him to have a lawyer.
No, I don't. That
Part
was
of the blowjob.
That was
oh,
them.
he can't be trying to show you a picture of her dead in the car for you to finally not take his side?
Oh, snap.
Yep.
Do you not see where I'm coming from? Like, I'm not trying to be a dick here, but it makes absolutely no sense that you were.
Oh, go ahead, be one.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Where does your mind go? Stephan. There should have been no doubt in your mind when they showed you that picture of what he was doing to you, that you had any care in the world other than I want that motherfucker to die. Whether you believe in the death penalty or not, he protected him. So now we're talking about her disappearance and where her body is. Why do I believe that you're still not protecting him? Because you say so? Because you can't explain why you protect him. You can't explain what is inside of you that makes you protect Stephan. And you may never be able to explain it. But eventually we're going to have to figure it out because you haven't convinced me that you're still not protecting Stephan. I got all these people out here searching. I haven't seen my own kid in days because I'm looking. I truthfully believe that I can't go home and see my kid is because you're protecting. I can't go because you're people sitting in the woods just waiting for me to tell them where to go, but I can't because I think you're in trouble.
I don't care about him. I want him to go to jail. I want the worst thing possible to happen to him in jail. I know what happens to predators in jail. Like, I'm ready for that. Like, please. I don't give a fuck about him. I'm not protecting him.
But you knew he was a predator when you got shown the picture. And then you text his dad that he needs a lawyer and you hope that he invoked, was the words I was told.
What?
You hope that he didn't talk to us. He needs a lawyer.
Oh
no.
All over a picture. You didn't care. You didn't care then. Oh, whether sex isn't important to you, that wasn't anything close.
I knew what I saw was
He was
terrible.
a predator right then and there. That's the day you found out he was a predator.
Yeah.
Yes. And after you found out he was a predator, did you not say he needed a lawyer?
I did.
So why today, Friday, 2 days since you probably found out, or 1 day since you found out she was murdered, do I believe you that you're not telling me where he went, or that he didn't disclose to you where she was, or what caused this to happen is, listen, I know you know I've been doing whatever, or listen, this fucking happened. How do I believe that that didn't happen when everything you've shown me is protect Stephan? Now, once have you shown priority in this conversation, in this investigation? You're coming here looking for her. You reported her missing. Trouble for not doing that. But outside of you reporting her missing, and I may be wrong, I haven't been involved in all aspects of it, but you have not shown me one bit that you prioritize her over him. And that sucks. Not because we're working our asses off for your family, not because we have people out there sweating their asses off for your family, but because I feel like all I care about is your care is to make sure Stephan doesn't get held fucking accountable.
Well, I don't care anymore.
Anymore. Because we're being assholes, because I'm not being nice.
No.
But up until Thursday, it was okay that she gave him a blowjob, no big deal, get a lawyer.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't okay. I saw that and I was in shock. And I don't know why my first reaction was to tell him to get a lawyer, but I saw that and I was in shock and I was just like, I don't know what to believe. I don't know what to believe.
You don't know what to believe is in the picture.
It's easy to believe it now. We showed you pictures of it. You can't deny it anymore. The sex was okay. The murder's not. At least that makes sense.
None of that's okay.
I want to know what it is. And not because I think you're a bad parent, not because I think you're a bad person. Dead or alive, she's missing. Her body is out there, and her body needs to be recovered so she can have a proper burial, a proper funeral. She needs to be laid to rest. Your family needs to be able to mourn her, and we need that information. That is life. That is not life of the law. That's not life of the sheriff's office. That is common decency. That is what she deserves. That is what you deserve. Find her, the less likely that's going to be for you guys. And I'm sorry if I'm wrong. I truly am. But deep down, you haven't shown me that I am.
I don't know what I need to show you.
Prioritize her over Stephan. Stephan, think of places he would have dumped her body. Think of places he went, things you talked about, things you've discussed, whether it's this week, last week. Don't put it in your mind that he's been victimizing you, or don't put in your mind that I'm being a dick. What can I think about to find out where Stephan put her?
Pokemon, she received what they call derivative immunity in Florida, and we don't really even know what that got her. They know she lied, and we don't know that did she come clean finally and tell everything she possibly knew to avoid her own charges, and she's also MIA, but she has not been charged with anything. And they did, and when we do our next Stearns show, I'll show you guys all about her little immunity deal. Uh-oh. Damn it.
You know more about where he goes, what he's doing, or what he would do than you want to realize. That's natural, not because I'm telling you, but because that's natural. I have best friends. I know more about them than I think I know about them. I just need to sit down and think about it. So I need you to sit down and think about it. Whether you need a minute, we're not in this room, whether you want to do it with us in this room, we need to leave here with an idea of where we can go look for. That is one thing we can agree on.
I've sent you the list of the stores that he may have stopped at, didn't stop at. The only outdoorsy places I can think of that we've ever gone to that he would know about would be Shingle Creek or Kissimmee Trail. I don't know if he knows where Lake Toho is, but that could be another option.
Because you think it's a wooded area? Because it's a place you guys have talked about together?
Because it's a wooded area with a lake, with gators, like... We haven't discussed anything. This topic, I never asked him if he directly. I never thought he could have. I always assumed the best in him. But I didn't ask him directly. I didn't even suspect. Not until you guys showed me that picture upstairs. We're here. I don't know. I'm just thinking of, if I name places, it's going to be wooded areas that I can think of, but he hasn't told me anything. Like, he has not told me, or we haven't discussed.
So him going to 192 that day, all you know is that he went to 192.
He said he wanted to visit House Card Rules. That was one of he named 3 stores, and that's one store I can remember him listing on that list.
House Card Rules?
Yeah, I don't have my phone.
We'll get your phone a little bit. House Card Rules. What kind of store is that?
I don't know if that's like a video game or card game or board top game store.
But that's on 192.
Close to one. I think close to 182 somewhere.
And you said he wanted to go to 3 stores.
Yeah. But he did tell me that I just don't remember which one.
Are there woods in that area? Are you familiar with 192?
No, not where these stores are. I have no idea.
Other than you came up with wooded areas that you know of.
Yeah.
You came up with wooded areas that you think he could dump a body in.
Because I've been there with him, yeah.
I need to know wooded areas where he travels. Right? You're saying we've been there so she could be there. So that tells me she's not there. It tells me it's a waste of a search. Okay. Because when I put 90 plus people there, that's all day. Right? We got to coordinate that. We got to put them there. So we need fruitful searches.
Yeah.
So I need likely places that you think, and I need places you think based off of conversations with him, not because you can picture in your mind that there's trees there.
Okay. being anywhere near woods or it being along his way.
You said he got a flat tire. Tell me about the flat tire you got.
So he said he got a flat tire.
Pokemon, you may not be wrong. This is not my first time watching this, but
I'm not sure when he got a flat tire, but he said he got a flat tire and then came directly home, and he got home around 2:40. So flat tire, he said he was driving down 192 and it just popped and shredded and fell apart. And he pulled over into a plaza and changed the tire for the first time in a very long time, and said he hurt himself doing it. The frame of the car, something came down on his finger.
All his lies, I don't care, but I want to know what you question him about. Why was he there? What was he doing? There's no way you're the most trusting woman in the world. You just don't ask clarifying questions. I know no relationship I've ever been in is that trusting. He just tells you he's gone at 3 in the morning getting a fucking Wawa, and you're like, ah, whatever, bet. Same thing with this. It's like, oh, yeah, I got a flat tire, was here. Why is he at these places? Do you not question him? Why were you on 192? Why did you 92? Went to 192 the day she disappeared, right? He's roaming, looking for her south of where she went missing, because supposedly she went missing. And 192 is south of where that is.
And
not very likely that that's the route she went on.
and we also know out of the documents that we have that somebody went back to that crime scene in the middle of the night. And they described what Maddie was wearing that day, you know, when she disappeared. Blue shorts, black shorts. Maddie was found in blue jeans.
Right.
So they were both completely wrong. Did somebody go back out there and put blue jeans on her?
On foot or abducted, and that him driving around is somehow going to locate her.
And he did tell. I did question that. I was like, when I asked him where he searched and he said 182, I said, why? That's nowhere where she would be. And he didn't give me a clear answer, and I don't know why I didn't push it. I just thought he was being stupid and oblivious, because I don't see him as the smartest man. Like, I don't. I let him do what he does, but I don't trust a lot of his. Is the word judgment? I'm not sure, but I just don't trust that he makes the smartest decisions sometimes. Like, he likes to act like the smartest man in the room, but I don't think he is.
Do what he does. Meaning?
I'm sorry?
You said, I let him do what he does.
Yeah.
What's that mean?
If he wants to just get up and go to the store, I'll ask where you're going, but I won't stop him. Just let him go on his way. I'll let him do what he wants to do.
What do you think happened? Monday to now. You know she's deceased. We showed you pictures that she's deceased. We know that she was probably deceased Sunday into Monday. You didn't see her Monday morning.
I still don't want to believe she's deceased. I know you showed me pictures, but
for the purpose of this conversation, I need you to believe it, because I need you to figure it out. I need you to tell me what you think happened to her.
I think he killed her that night.
How?
I don't know. Could it be possible that he choked her? I just don't know how you kill someone and don't leave a mess or don't leave evidence, or... I mean, was there a mess? Was there evidence? I haven't gone upstairs. I don't know what you guys... I barely went into the house today, so I don't know what...
I need to know what you think happened.
I think he killed her.
How? You mentioned drugged her, you mentioned other things. Explain your reasoning behind those assumptions, and we'll move forward day by day.
So he had access to benzos and I think Lunesta.
What are those? I'm not familiar with that.
Benzodiazepines are anxiety medications which relax you and can make you sleepy.
Okay.
And Lunesta, I think, is a sleeping medication, like for insomnia. And she was drugged. In those photos that you showed me where you're saying she's dead, maybe she was drugged. But if she is dead and it was done upstairs, I could just only imagine that he choked her. I don't know how else you would kill someone and not leave a mess.
How do you think he got her out?
I have no idea, because roommates come in and out of the house at any given point in the morning and we don't know their schedules. They can come in at any time. You guys showed me a picture, I think, of him or her in the car at 7:30 in the morning. My roommate left the house. She's the one who leaves the earliest. She left at 7:45. So like, what if he had waited a little longer? She would have caught him with the
Now, in Florida, after Gavin stalked by Letitia, his stepmama, and drove
Oh, yeah.
across country and dropped off the bridge here in my hometown, found by our workers who inspect the bridges. A new law went into effect after the baby's autopsy photos were released, and what's her name put them all over her Patreon, wanting everybody
Oh,
to pay
yeah,
her to see
Zav
them.
girl.
Yes.
Mhm.
So now there is a new law in Florida that will be a sealed document. Of course, we know now she was strangled. The cause of death does come out, but you have no right to see that autopsy report. We don't need to see it to verify that they're you know, these kids, it's I wouldn't want my kids' autopsy out there like that to be plastered all over the world. Nobody needs to all of that. But we do know that in documents that Maddie was strangled. There was no kind of a cleanup because it was strangulation, Pokemon.
carrying a body out of the house. How did he do that without being caught or seen? That's what I don't understand, because, like, did you guys check and see if any of my neighbors have Ring cameras? Any? Nothing?
I don't know what data we've gotten from him. Okay. What we found has happened. I need you to come up, in your words, in your mind, what do you think happened that night into Monday, because we do not know. We do not know if her murder occurred Sunday or Monday. All we know is that when you went to bed, they went to bed together, and she's no longer here. So I need to know what you think happened to her, how he got her out of the house, where he went, how he got her in the car, what is your thought on what happened.
I think she was killed Sunday night into Monday morning. I'm thinking he carried her out of the house. I don't know how he didn't get caught by any of my roommates or no one heard. I'm not sure where he could have gone.
And then him coming home and leaving, and coming home and leaving, what do you think? Knowing that he killed her. If
That's suspicious as fuck.
It is suspicious as fuck, but if you're writing a book, what do you write? Let's say this is a fiction novel, right? You're now aware that he killed her, so now you can piece together a story of what happened, right? You don't know the story because you're not him, and you tell me he hasn't told you, so it's not real. So you're telling me what you think,
Yeah.
right? We know he killed her. We know he drove out of there Monday morning. We know he discarded her backpack in the trash dumpster. We know he discarded her laptop and one shoe, right? So all her property was discarded to look like she's gone. That way he doesn't have evidence with him. They leave. You've been told that they drove around Orange County, Osceola County, wherever it was. We've pieced that together throughout the week, all right? He's told you where, at least in his version of where he was and what he was doing, right? But then you have all these suspicious times of when he's left and come back and he's gone here and gone there. So what do you think he was doing on all these suspicious times? He's roaming 192. What do you think? Knowing what you know now we can play. You know she's dead. You know that we've given you information. What do you think, knowing what you know, he was doing on 192? He was doing here. He was doing here. He was doing in Northport. What do you think?
So him leaving early in the morning and driving around aimlessly somewhere. I feel like he stashed the body at that time. When he came back and then left again. But see, it's daytime. Like, how could you move a body or move something in daytime and not be seen? But like, I feel like he went back to check to make sure he did a good job, or to move the body again. I don't know. But him leaving the house multiple times without his cell phone is sketchy as fuck. It's so suspicious.
Which is an intentional act, it's not accidental, so that can play into it.
Phone being on the dresser.
It was intentional. Her cell records and her cell data from her cell phone show it is not common for her to leave her phone at home. It is common for her to go to school with her. No teenager leaves their phone at home. It's what they're attached to it.
She's left her phone home multiple times.
Her cell data shows that normally it goes with her, so that's intentional. You know it's intentional because he left his too.
Yeah.
Right? Whether it's an accident last Friday, this Monday, was not an accident.
Yeah.
So you think that he dumped her when he was driving around? You think that when he left, he went to check her body?
Possibly.
Okay.
Why would you go back out to 182 without your cell phone? Like,
I don't disagree. So he goes out to 192. We think he may have checked where he dropped her or dumped her. He comes home. He tells you you're just roaming around aimlessly. Right?
Yeah.
So that's twice on 192 in one day, because he went to look at the House of Cards bullshit or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then he went to do the roaming to look for her on this random highway that he never goes to.
Okay.
Okay? We go into the next day and the next day. Think of the suspicious things he's done. Tell me what you think he's doing.
Him grabbing my phone and trying to log into his emails, that seems kind of suspicious. What was he trying to see? What was he trying to do? The thing is when he had my cell phone, now that I think back to it, he had something wrapped around it, so the phone was under a blanket, and he was like this. Because I tried looking at the screen at one point, and I could see an email. But
And that was the cell phone we took from you today, or you gave us today.
Yeah. Can you guys tell me if this is true? Because I recall a family member telling me something, like my sister. Was the last thing searched on it Amber Alert?
Her cell phone has Amber Alert searches in it, but I looked through her cell phone last night. I do believe that she may have been clicking on links for Amber Alerts that came through. I don't think she was actually searching them.
Okay.
They could have just been links she clicked on.
Okay. Because I wasn't sure if that was him Googling on her phone about Amber Alerts or if that was her.
That we will never know. He is not obviously cooperating.
Can you like...
Thank you, Dolphin, for catching that question for her. Yeah. She lived in a condo that her dad was very close to her grandfather. And at some point, he did move out. And when he did, he had to stay there and pay rent. I don't know if she was actually paying rent herself, but the other rooms he rented out. And then Stephan just stayed with Jen. And then at some point, Jen's like, nope, you're done. Go to room 4 and pay my dad rent. So Stephan's dad began to pay rent for that room number 4, like $600 a month, until he got sick of it and put a stop to it. And then Stephan was forced to go back home to Northport. So that was the living situation in the condo.
Could you guys explain what happened yesterday?
Before that, I need you to continue going with me.
Yeah. Where are we at?
Suspicious utilization of your phone.
Of the phone. Him disappearing multiple times. Him disappearing to Northport.
What the hell was he doing? That is suspicious. I mean, now that I know that that's where he went, that is suspicious as all fuck. Why did he go to a storage unit facility? What was he grabbing? What was he trying to dispose of? Or what was he trying to hide in the...
One of those roommates had a 15-year-old son, and she said in her interview that the only reason she lived there is because she couldn't afford to live on her own and couldn't even afford to give her son, a bedroom. She literally, and if you looked at the photos of her room, it was like a little mini apartment kitchenette type situation. They spent most of their time in their bedroom, her and her son. Now, her son and Maddie would hang out and watch movies, she said, like little friends. But apparent, and we also have images that came out of the doc drops where Stephan was taking his cell phone and putting it under the crack of one of the roommates' doors and was videoing and taking pictures of her. And that's all in the documents. And she had no idea until the police told her. They even demonstrate how he did it.
That to me is suspicious.
Do you put more weight on that than 192?
192, no, because 192 would be... Something happened in Northport. There'd be no reason he would take...
Do you understand what I was asking with that phrase? Putting weight on it? Like, do you feel like it's more suspicious what he was doing in Northport versus 192?
She's like, I don't know shit. Don't know that?
Yeah. I don't know which one is more suspicious to me. They both... 192 seems to me like the easiest place he could have dumped her or like figured out.
How can you say that about your own child?
Yeah.
Unless...
Okay.
Yep. Thank you. Yep.
Right. Well, that's where he dumped her, stashed her. I've heard her say stash, dumped, whatever. Not placed my baby.
She said something about gators earlier in the swamp.
Yeah. And here's the thing: if his blowout hadn't occurred, like I said, we'll pull up I don't know if I got time to do the map today, but if you look on the map where Maddie was found, where the blowout occurred, if it hadn't occurred, he would have continued that drive all the way around the curve. And there's 2 big lakes out there full of gators. I think that's where he was headed.
Mm-hmm.
And when that blow occurred, he has Maddie in the trunk. He has to open that trunk now to get the spare tire out. And it's a rural area right there. Like, there's not a lot of cars coming and going. Did he scoop her out and just quickly run across? He was literally, the blowout occurred right across the street. It's a 2-lane country road, guys, right across from where he put her. So did he just scoop out of the trunk, look, nobody's there, nobody's coming, and he hauled ass across the street, jumped that little fence, and put her there where she was found, because he found out about the tire. And then an eyewitness came through and saw him changing the tire, made eye contact. And then when the press conference, they were putting out the information about his particular car, if you've seen this, that guy called. He's like, hey, wait a minute, I seen him, and he told them exactly where he saw him changing that tire at, and lo and behold, that's where they found her.
She was in my trunk the whole time, and he went to Northport.
The trunk of your car?
Yeah.
Is that why the dog fell on your...
I smelled something, but I didn't. So I'm just trying to think, I'm like, did he stash a body in Northport? No, I don't think so. He's probably hiding something or destroying something. So I guess 192 would probably be the most important right now.
You just now concluded that.
For being in your trunk is oddly specific.
The only reason I say that is because from what you guys have told me, he went directly from the hotel to Northport. I don't think he made any stops anywhere in Kissimmee or anything first and then went to Northport.
All we know is what we can piece together through accessible cameras and data. So his movements, his driving patterns, his actions, we can only 100% say what they are if they're on camera.
There was a car accident over in Northport that night near his parents' his home,
Mhm.
and the cops were there, and they literally have body or dash cam footage of him passing the scene in Jen's car, and
Oh,
he
wow.
pinpoints the time and all. Yeah,
Great.
fool. Oh.
Okay. So we can say he went to Northport because the car was in Northport, where he stopped, where he went in between. That cannot be factual from us if we don't have a camera. It can just be an assumption, which is why I want your assumptions, because you know him, I don't.
Yeah. If I fell asleep at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, at the hotel, what was that, Monday night? Tuesday night?
One of them.
I'm just trying to think, like, could he have had time to stop somewhere, wherever he stashed her, and then took her to Northport? I think he had time.
Has he cleaned your car since it came back from Northport? Was he brought it to a car wash? Has he detailed it? Paid somebody to come out?
No.
Because you, through your, we called it a fiction novel, you pieced together what you think happened based on a suspicious activity, and you ended with, you think he put her in your trunk and brought her to Northport.
Yeah.
I know I asked you to make assumptions, but now I want to know why. Why is that how we finished this? What is in your mind leading you to believe that is the ending of the story?
Because 192 seems like a really busy strip, and I can't think of anywhere immediately, like, other than going deep into St. Cloud, like passing St. Cloud, like going into Holapa or Harmony, that I could see some stashing the body somewhere around there. But Northport has so many wooded areas, and I feel like he would be familiar with both areas. I just don't know him to ever drive down 182 super far down, like into St. Cloud. But I've known him to drive around all around Northport. But see, I don't want to say anything and like lead you guys down to Northport to do a search and nothing's there. I'm just
We're gonna go everywhere.
We're searching woods right now where she's not.
Okay. I just want to be like, I know you guys are like looking at me for the details, but I'm like, I don't want to send you on a wild goose chase.
You know him better than us. You gotta really think.
At Beach Bum in Florida, they're calling it derivative immunity, but we're still unclear as to what will happen with her and what all that did for her. It's not like a complete immunity, but, it's one of the Florida things. So we have looked into it, and when we do our next special or our next show on this, we'll bring that up. Stop it, Dolphin. We're on the stage.
I feel like you want to tell us.
No, if I knew what to tell you, I would tell you. If I had the truth, I would tell you. I don't know anything.
Coke and a goodie powder. Do it every time.
You think he took her?
I just think he can think of. Where did he take her? I'm going blank. I have no idea.
Where did he take her?
I don't know. I if I knew what to tell you, I would tell you. If I had the truth, I would tell you. I don't know anything.
You took her.
I just I just want to be like, I know you guys are like looking at me for the details, but I'm like, I don't want to send you on a wild goose chase. If I were him and I had to stash a body, but I would never do this.
Where would you stash a body, Jen?
My
I
mind
don't know,
would say to
you
go
know?
to Lake Toho.
Jesus.
There's a lot of woods there. There's a lot of gators.
She's concerned about them gators, ain't she? She was like, take her to the gators.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to think about though.
You dumbass, you had a blowout before you could get there. In Daddy's car.
I just don't want to think about him getting eaten by gators. I don't know where she runs.
It is danger.
Like I told you, there's going to come to a point where we will. Right? Volusia County Sheriff's Office just found somebody the other day. It's in
Y'all might think this is weird, but my OCD really wants to go in there and straighten up that little table right there in the corner that's kind of cockeyed. Like,
Yeah, I've been looking at that table too. Picture is crooked on the left there.
I know.
Sometimes it's quick, sometimes it's not quick. I hope in this situation it's today, tomorrow, Sunday, but we will find her. What you need to think about is when we find her, is there an opportunity or a chance that we are going to prove that you did not assist us to your full capability in this investigation? And if that is true, you need to think about the consequences of that. Consequences of hindering a murder investigation or a capital sexual battery investigation could be punishable up to probably the same charges, the same time in jail. I know you know that I don't believe what you're saying, and I know you know that I think you prioritize Stephan. But do you prioritize jail? You see what I'm saying? Like, if we come back and prove that you sat in this room and misled us,
No.
that you didn't lead us in the right direction, or that you assisted, or you acknowledged, or you knew, you're going to be warning from jail.
If I knew anything, I swear I would tell you. I know nothing. He hasn't mentioned. We haven't discussed this. I had no suspicion of anything. He did not tell me any more details of where he went that day other than those shops that I had mentioned. I'm giving you my truth.
Outings, 192 trips, Northport trips, everything else. Did he change clothes? Did he come home and appear disheveled, sweaty, dirty?
I don't believe he showered. He didn't bring that many changes of clothes with him, so I know he's repeated his outfit over and over.
Because he's nasty.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible he could have come home all sweaty and disheveled after the supposed changing the tire thing, but I wasn't home to see that. But other than that, I didn't see him come home dirty or sweaty or anything like that.
Did he do anything he normally doesn't do within the house around you?
No. He was acting very normal, sitting on the computer chair, chatting away with me, talking about not resetting his phone, updating his phone.
Did he carry tools in his car to change the tire, typically?
I think he said there was a tire iron in the car and the jack.
Did he bring it inside? Did he leave it in the car? After?
Actually, they called it the dog ambulance because mom and dad raised those darn poodles that got on Stephan's nerves so bad. And then when they did find some like dry blood in the car, but it was the dog's blood. Because if they ever got injured or they would go get their little tails cropped or whatever, that they used that particular car as what dad referred to as the dog ambulance. Something was wrong with Stephan's piece of shit car that day, and because he wouldn't fix it. And so dad made him leave. He's like, take my car. So that's how he was driving, or why he was driving his dad's car. And then the blowout occurred in dad's car. But yeah, dad is the one that had in the spare tire and all that stuff, Jen, not your boyfriend.
I think he left everything in the car.
Did you ever go look at his car? To verify that he changed his tire?
I don't think I did.
Never dawned on you to go double check. Except by the time
we got some Georgia girls in the house.
You would have got back from the tire, you were gone, right?
Yeah.
What you told us?
Yeah.
Y'all aren't far from
And
me.
then she was reported missing.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
true.
During that time.
Yeah.
It never dawned on you to be like, damn, did he really change his tire? Let me double check.
No. We got home really late that evening and I didn't even think of doing that.
This is part of a problem.
And they've got photos in the dumps that we have, the doc drops of him in that car with that little donut tire riding around.
Good. You did so many things and you never questioned it.
I didn't respect him.
How can we believe some of the stuff that you're telling us, or believe that you don't know?
I don't know how to say it. I mean, I guess I'm stupid and gullible and very trustworthy, but I didn't think he'd be the type to do anything like this. I didn't doubt.
But you knew he was vindictive. You described him as not trustworthy with his family. You described instances where you document where he was discussed that he wasn't that good of a person. You didn't It wasn't this family. You're not describing him in a positive light at all. So this trust, this caring, all this stuff makes no sense because you, regardless of the victimization, describe him as a good person. He's stealing from his parents, right?
But he never stole from me.
You guys have no money, but all he's doing is ordering things, right? He's buying himself things. He's not. You described him as a selfish thief. You even called it a robbery, that he robbed his parents. So you're trusting this dude who you're describing as untrustworthy.
But I thought he was.
What happened to her? Where did you ask that? I can't fathom that. I can't wrap my head around
I think I only asked him if he took her to school. When I called him and told him to come to the office, I asked him, like, you dropped her off at school, right? Because she never made it. And he said, yeah. And I was like, she never made it. Where did you drop her off?
You guys sat in your car Tuesday night when I was out there. I was out there at least 4 hours. Just you two in that car.
Yeah.
You can't tell me you guys did not have any conversations about this. There's no way.
So they sat in the car 4 hours. They didn't leave him out in the freezing cold, like the document said. They made him stand out in the freezing cold and blah, 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 bullshit. Him and her left alone in a car for 4 solid hours, corroborating their stories.
A reasonable person would have been questioning him. You were the last person with her. What the hell happened this morning? You never did that in that car.
Yeah, plus, you know what? His lawyer's argument about being without a phone is no good anymore because he took his butt to Northport or whatever in the middle of the night with no phone. So wasn't too concerned about that while he was driving
Right.
hundreds of miles, right?
Exactly. I don't think their motions are gonna get very far in court, you know what I mean? But they're gonna
Yeah.
do their death penalty dance and try to get it all fruit of the poison tree. Mimics another case we do. But, yeah, I
Mhm.
mean, so we know defense attorneys will do all that stuff, but I don't in his particular case, I don't think it's gonna work in his benefit at all.
No. His goose is cooked.
I remember being on my phone. He was on my phone for a little bit. I know I
Welcome
was
in,
medicated,
Difficult Research, Beach Bum, good to see you guys.
and I was just zoning out. I wasn't thinking anything of anything. I never asked him. Just asking him that one time to me was, if he took her to school, that was enough answer for me. I don't know. I just wanted to think. Not think the worst, I guess. I don't know. But I just didn't think he did anything. Now I know. But then I didn't. I was still believing everything he was telling me.
Juvenile robbery suspects utilize the excuse of I was high on bars, I took Xanax, I was blacked out. Right? Every juvenile robbery suspect you interview, I was, in your words, medicated, in their words, high, incapacitated, drunk. It's an excuse to avoid admitting what happened. When you say you're medicated, I can't think of an amount of medication that will numb you so bad to numb the fact that the investigation is occurring right in front of your face for your missing. So being medicated is just an excuse to avoid answering why you didn't discuss with him what happened. It minimizes your guys who can sit in a car and watch a bunch of detectives and crime scene investigators and everybody else search her house, seize her house, and be so numb that somehow is not ringing bells, is not overcoming the power of this little medication. There's no way. The human body will overcome that in a big situation. You didn't take enough medication to numb you of the reality of what was occurring.
I mean,
there's no way. Unless you were fully incapacitated, there's no way you were so numb that everything he described to you, everything I described to you was not in.
They were both in that car eating the hell out of pills.
Just like these robbery kids weren't blacked out. They weren't high enough to not remember the robbery. They just don't want to talk about it.
no, it wasn't clicking. It didn't click to me. Like you guys telling me like it wasn't as obvious, like this and that. I still believed the story he had told me, that while we were sitting in the car, I didn't doubt him. I really thought you guys were going after the wrong guy. I'm like, they're wasting time. The real suspect is out there. She's being sex trafficked. That was my biggest fear, is that she was being sex trafficked. I didn't think that she would actually be dead.
But she thought enough to get him a lawyer.
I really thought you guys were going after the wrong guy.
At that point, from the jump, we've been trying to find her. That has been and will be our biggest priority.
Him getting arrested for victimizing her was an accident. We only discovered that she was a victim because we took his phone.
And I'm like so happy that happened, because if not, this would have continued to keep happening.
Well, it wouldn't have, because he killed her on Monday.
Talking about if she had been found. Found alive. there's no, I've asked this before, but there's no like map you guys can show me of like with a highlighted route of where he could have taken to see if I could recognize anything or suspect anything?
I can pull up a map on my phone, the areas you described, and we can go through it.
Sure.
Oh, she can read a
So
map,
house
but
of
Stefan
cards?
can't.
No.
House
House game rules.
House rules. It's on Vine Street in Kissimmee.
by Oak Street.
That house game rules. Feel free to drag the map around as you please.
As you please.
That's all of it. Oh my god.
And realistically, Florida has a lot of wetlands, so anything you see that's green may not necessarily be wooded, is maybe a rule, but we're looking more for where you think based off of this route, not necessarily just like the green parts of the map.
Yeah. In the back of House Game Rules, I have access to the lake. That is the one shop I can remember him specifically naming that he was going to that Monday. He said House Game Rules. Did he make it there? I don't know. See, if we ever went down 192 together, it would typically be in this direction towards 535, towards Disney. That's why I find it really strange that you guys say St. Cloud, because we've never...
Yeah, Dolphin, I've been noticing
I've never
that.
gone to St. Cloud with him before.
I want to move one of those lamps too.
So you told me you have a friend in St. Cloud.
I do.
I don't know if he knows, but explain to him where she lives, who she is. Explain that relationship to him, because I don't think he's aware of it.
No.
Oh, okay. So one of my really good friends lives off of Old Canoe Creek Road, off Nolte.
Okay.
Nolte Road wasn't far from where Maddie was found. Particular friend she's speaking about, Stefan had been out there with her one time. But V, to answer your question there, he had a blowout on Highway 192, headed out toward the Nolte Road area and the lakes, and where he had the blowout, he had her in the trunk, and so was the spare tire. So that's where he decided to leave her. There was a thicket of, I think it was bamboo on some farmland right there. Somebody had some farm. It was a rural area, because once you left 192 and the House of Cards and all that bullshit, it was rural. So that's where he was headed, and there was an eyewitness that saw him changing the tire, and when the police put out the info on the car, they were of a person of interest. It was Stefan, and the guy saw it on the news and called right away and said, "Hey, I saw that guy," and exactly where he saw him changing the tire, and they go out and start investigating. Lo and behold, that's where they found her.
I don't know what neighborhood though. She's one of my really good friends. She's somebody I know that lives in St. Cloud. She's one of like two people I know that live in St. Cloud. She's hung out with us, as in me and Stephan before. She's come over to hang out with me, and Stephan would be hanging out there too, so we would all kind of hang out together. But yeah, she's just a friend.
And you're 100% sure he's never been to her house?
Yes.
Do they have their own friendship? Theirs with you?
Exactly. Just my friend. He would talk when she was around.
And you just told me about the second person in St. Cloud. Who is that?
Somebody I haven't seen in a long time. Her name is Courtney Brackman. She lives, can you pull up the map? But he's never been over to her house either.
Search.
She lives somewhere in this area over here. Around here. Lake Lizzie to me is familiar. I would go hiking there often. Well,
There's a preserve there.
yeah, a few years ago. We would go hiking all the time with my
Looked
friend.
all over Lake Lizzie on the map.
With Stephan?
No, Stephan would never come.
Now, would you tell him you're going to Lake Lizzie Preserve?
I've mentioned it before, yeah, when we've gone.
When we talked about St. Cloud and, you know, he had asked for your top 5 places, why did this ever cross your mind?
Lake Lizzie?
Any of these places?
Cloud was brought up. I mentioned my 2 friends that live there. And then, I don't know if I ever mentioned Lake Lizzie. Not sure.
Do you know if Lake Lizzie was special?
She did enjoy going out there.
Was she verbal about that? Like, did she make that known to you guys?
She always told me that if we were to go hiking out there to let her know, because I've gone hiking without her. I want to go. But it's been a really long time since I've done a hike down Lake Lizzie with her.
Okay.
It's been at least 2 years.
Lake Lizzie wasn't really in the direction he was headed. It was a little further over.
I can think of that he might be aware of, but
Just make sure your gut tells us no.
Lake Lizzie probably not. Like, does he even remember what the name of Lake Lizzie is? Probably not. Is it okay if I look up past card rules again?
Yes.
Or house rules too.
Was he into video games?
Yeah.
Yeah.
World of Warcraft, into tabletop games like Dungeons and Dragons and Warhammer 40k, card games like Lorcana, which is a Disney card game. That's what he told me he was going to go do Monday. He was going to go look for Lorcana cards, and that's why he was going to go to House Rules Gaming. He was just going to make a few stops, and I said, why are you doing that? Why are you wasting time when we don't have money? Like, you don't have money to spend. He's like, oh, I'm just browsing. I just want to look. I want to see what they have available. That's all he said. Every time I did question him, he always had an answer. guys know, like, up until when on 182 you guys found him, seen him? Like, how far down?
We just know it's St. Cloud.
So I keep thinking, like, house game rules on 182. Okay, it's got some secluded stuff in the background, or in the back of it. But it's still 182. It's still really busy. Busy till you pass St. Cloud.
He didn't do anything for a living, Pokemon. Well, he worked at Disney off and on. Right, difficult research. I hear you. I'll be watching. Oh,
So
danger,
right
we
now,
got pictures of him at Disney. It's creepy.
I think. How'd you get here? You're driven here?
I was driven here, but my dad followed behind. I think you guys said my car might be ready.
We'll verify that in a minute. The investigation is still going.
Yeah.
Right, Stephan also is not in charge of murder. Right, just a sexual
He's not, or
battery.
he is?
He has not been.
Oh, okay.
He's just been charged with sexual battery. I have a couple questions for you that are going to be on record. They're going to be official. I'm going to need you to answer truthfully. Because if they determine that you did answer not truthfully, you can be held accountable for it. Make sense?
Yeah.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear that everything we talked about today in this interview is true and correct?
Yes.
Did you lie to me or the detective at any time?
No.
Okay. Do you currently know, or have you ever been aware of where his body has been since Monday?
No.
Did you have any? Were you aware at any time, whether it be the most recent instance or the first instance, victimization sexually by Stephan? Okay. At this time, you do not know where Stephan went on 192?
I don't.
You do not know where he went in Northport?
I do not.
And you have had no time this week in any conversations with Stephan where he disclosed what he did?
No.
Okay. The story that we talked about of what at one point we discussed that she could potentially have been in a trunk on the way to Northport.
Yeah.
Is that information you know to be true or an assumption?
An assumption.
Okay. Do you have any questions for us before we go check on the phone in the car? We may not be able to answer everything, but if you have questions, we can see if we can answer those questions. It's not your only opportunity. Your only opportunity phase was you saying you swear.
Yeah.
Okay. Lastly, the only opportunity, you obviously have numerous detectives' phone numbers, you have numerous agencies' phone numbers, things like that, so realistically, there will be other options for you to ask questions.
I don't think I have questions right now.
Okay. I don't want you to think I was purposely an asshole to you.
No, I know.
All
You're
right.
doing your job.
Like I told you, like the sheriffs have probably reached out, you've been in communication with numerous people here. Those are my opinions and my opinions only. They don't reflect Sheriff Mina, the chief of PD, Kyle, any other detectives who talked to you. All right. I personally don't know. All right. We will be here all weekend. We will be here all night. My only hope is that you truthfully did not lie to us. You truthfully don't know where she was, and that you truthfully did not know what was happening to her.
And yes, Ranger and Forrest answered that question. He was supposed to go on trial at the end of this month for the CSAM. In this morning's pretrial hearing, they extended it, and now he goes on trial in May for the CSAM, May 5th through the 21st, with their final pretrial April 23rd, and then August will be the murder trial will be happening. And this interview with her is pretty much over. And this is pretty much where we're going to call it a show. I've got to finish dinner and I got to get ready for Joe's live tonight. That's going to be really a good show. Let me drop Joe's link. A lot of you probably are subbed up to Joe, but just in case you aren't, let me drop the link because he's got a really good show coming up in a little while. I won't be co-hosting. I'm going to be down in chat for him. Oops. If I can do this right, get it in there. There we go. There's Joe's link. If anybody wants to sub up and go over, it's going to be a great show. Of course, some sensitive topics will be discussed, but it's worth coming and tuning in. I followed the Vallow case from the day those poor children went missing. So it's a case that I have followed from beginning to end, and there's so much more popping off with it. In fact, something I just saw a few minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, came down, and I sent it over to Joe too. I didn't know if he had it or not yet. But anyway, I'm going to let you guys go so I can go finish my dinner. Thanks for coming into the Impromptu Live because where did Dolphin go? Did she leave me? Did it take you off screen? Sorry. I don't know if you did that or if I did that.
Oh, yeah, I got kicked out. That's fine. I just was typing to you in chat.
Okay. I was like, where'd she go? But I had hit Dolphin up earlier. I was like, hey, Sterns had this hearing, let's go live and talk about it. So we did. And anytime anything like that happens, if I can get on here and bring it right then, I will. Like I said, though, I do need to go finish dinner so I can get ready for Joe's show. You guys, I hope to see you all over there later on this evening. It starts about an hour from now. Again, hope to see you. And as always, thank you for being here.
Oh, no problem.
Forrest,
You're welcome.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Forrest for
Thanks for having
modding
me.
up. We got Firefly came in for a little while, and Firefly is also now a mod to help out Forrest. So I appreciate each and every one of you coming in. And if you don't mind, hit the like button. I always forget to ask, but it does apparently seem to help. But we wanted to bring you the little hearing this morning and give you the update. And then we watched a couple of news clips. And then we went into watching that interview there. But like I said, I've got like 4-part series on Stephan's interviews, and I've got all the document drops. So we're going to put together another show and get everybody up to speed on some more stuff. As we move through this case. And hopefully they won't put his off forever. Maybe he'll make a plea deal or something, you never know.
That would be nice.
Wouldn't it? Save the state, save my state a bunch of money. And don't tell me I can't come into that courtroom. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And stop asking for your weird stuff and all that good stuff. So again, guys, appreciate you coming in. If you missed that little bit of a hearing and you do want to look at it, you can go back. It's at the very beginning of the show, so you can catch that then. But until I will probably be live in the morning, because I usually am on what is tomorrow, Thursday morning. Yeah, I'm usually live on Thursday mornings. So I'll see what I can put together for tomorrow morning. I do have things to talk about, so we'll probably see you guys then. Love always wins. Have a great night. Thank you, Salty and Dolphin. Oh, you're welcome, sweetheart. And we appreciate you and everything you've been through as well. And your family, just stay strong, and keep pushing forward. All right, guys, with all that said, I'm gonna let you guys go, and I will see you next time.
Alrighty, good night, everyone.
Thank you. all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from little Yas to each of you. Thank you all for watching this here